Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
People who feels the pulse. Now, you know, everything is increasing like mad. Things, places you could go with 100 naira before, you are not talking about quadruple, triple the price. I tell you, we are seeing what's happening in France. It's not a threat to anybody, but it's when you hold the populace down for a while and for a long time, even goats can bite when they see no other ways that they can escape.
$1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000. 1 trillion. This money is too much for me.
Hello, good afternoon out there, all of you out there who are joining in, either from you're going to be a member of the panel today, or you are going to be joining us from online. We'd like to appreciate you and your time. We'd like to say I hope all things are working out for you wherever you are, and the weather is also good. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. We are not going to go too far from what is going on in our country. We're going to be talking about the city boy versus the village boys. Of course, you all know who are the city boys, and you all know who are the village boys. Today, we had the honor of hosting Maazi Ezeoke, Chief, aka Chief. He is a formidable individual with a lot of information, and I'm sure that those of us who followed it enjoyed it. If you didn't follow, maybe you can also go back later on to watch and hear his opinion on several national issues, some of which we'll be looking at again this evening. Of course, you know that what is the rave of the moment is the interview with our great presidential spokesperson, who has done us so much good. I don't know what to say is good, where to some people is good, to some other people is terrible. But what it means is that the practice of journalism and question and asking in Nigeria, we need to take a second look at that. And so if you're coming in, please come with an open mind and discuss and tell us your own view on how you see these things that we are seeing and how it is playing out. Having said that, I want to bring you up to date with what is going on right now in the country. There's been a continuous, tears and blood flowing, especially in the middle belt. And some years ago, I had the privilege of doing a documentary called "Blood in the Middle," and many years ago, and this is it, and till today, that blood have not stopped flowing in the middle, and it's been circulated not only in the middle right now, but it's everywhere in Nigeria. The question is, for how long shall we continue? Now, so we go the day. That question is for you. So when you are coming in today, be ready to answer that question. Now, so we go the day. Is this how we will be? Because I think we're even losing more people than they are losing in the current war going on around the world. And I don't think it is anything to write home about, because going by UN standard is we are losing more people, more than those. What we are having in Nigeria right now is called the war figures. What we're having is a figure that should be coming from a full-blown war, yet we are not at war, yet the government don't seem to be bothered, yet the people are not speaking, yet governors that are in those states are not bringing this into the fore. We are still playing politics. Where does politics start and real governance start? Where does politics stop and real governance start? That's what we should be asking ourselves. And if we have people who are in government, we should give them a call and say to them, hey guys, you need to put up, you need to pick up your act. You need to do something much more than you are doing, because the international community is looking at us. And see, the issue of my brother and friend, Daniel Boala, is what we all should also take. The international community will not give you a break because you guys are lying to yourself every day. It's not going to look at that way. Some of these communities we're talking about don't even have any item, they don't have any gap for failure, and they call it out for what it is. We must come to the place, instead of saying this person is older than me, so we cannot tell the person the truth, or he's a governor, we can't tell the governor the truth. We should now call a spade and not a farming implement, as my sister Aisha would say. It is not a farming implement. A spade is a spade. It can be used for farm, it can be used for some other things. So let us go there. And I thank you all. I will let us hear from the mouth of a little boy what is happening in our dear country, Nigeria.
It was the Boko Haram. Once we are living in peace, we don't know how to fight or whatever. We are living in peace. Boko Haram now came and started shooting. All of us, we are jumping through fence so that we can guide our life. That is how. We run onto a mountain. They see no one in the house. They now follow us up into the mountain. They were killing people, slaughtering them like a goat. We were walking in the dead people. After for a while, they know we are farming and using our water to cook and wash. By that time, we didn't have tap water or this thing. It's only well we have. After for a while, they know they have seen we are using the well. They are now started killing people, throwing them into the well. That is how thirsty were hungering us, and we now started drinking the water with the blood inside. After for a while, we are suffering like this. They were killing people, know how you can do to save them. If you come out, they will kill you too. Like this, they were killing our brothers and sisters. We are seeing them. But my mother, she's a businesswoman. She used to fly Akara. We use her money to do transport. Our cousin helped us to pack us for our clothes. We now come to Pilka. From Pilka, we now go to Goza. From Goza, we now come to Borno. After for that, we are hearing them. They were following all the people. They were following our brothers and sisters, even to the Cameroon. They were following them to kill them. But thank God, my dad have money and now pay money for a ladder to bring us to Abuja. We are living in scared. We are not coming out in the morning, talk less of night. We are sleeping there. By that time, there was not IDP camp. We were living together with host community. It's 2014. We came.
That child could have been your child. It could have been mine. It could have been your relative. It could have been from your community. Just tell me, what kind of life is this guy going to get with all these memories already stored up in his head of these atrocities that we are committing to ourselves? My question I leave with many of you who will be participating today is this. If the government of Buhari and indeed the present government say these people are not our people, they are foreigners, what stops us from tackling foreigners? What stops us from cutting away these foreigners from our land? What is the position or what is the function of the military, since these people are not Nigerians? I leave that question to you guys. These people, if they are Nigerians, where is their father's land? From which community are they from? Why are they not in their communities? What stops government from telling them, go back to your community? If there are no amenities in your community, if there's no water in your community, if there's no light in your community, we will put those things in your community, but go back to where you come from, your community. That's our questions. Those are the questions we should interrogate today as we come on. But, you know, with a heavy heart, I want to say, let us also look at this individual and be able to put all the discussion together and then eventually go on from here.
I say, how can you prove that just because a bullion van goes into a person's house and comes out that there is money inside?
Maybe because people said it was vote buying by Tinubu. Tinubu himself said, I gave money to the people. You know he said that?
Yes, I also give money
when
to
people.
When you give money
myself. To people would say that's vote buying. Politicians, rich politicians give poor
No, he
people
doesn't
money.
give money to people on election day, but he helps people.
But people at the time said it was vote buying. Do you agree with
Who
that?
are the people?
You said,
No, I never said that.
ostensibly, I can't believe you still keep walking into this. You said it was done ostensibly for vote buying. Do you agree with Daniel Bwala or not? Please don't lift up a glass of water. The economy and the underlying social economic issues. Is the average Nigerian both safer and better off under President Tinubu?
The obvious answer is no, right? And before I get to that, I want to talk to what Daniel said. I always find it very interesting with Nigerian government officials who cherry pick statistics about the US and the UK, but they never say how many hours of uninterrupted electricity as the United States had compared to how many Nigeria has had. They never try and find, you know, the good statistics that Nigerians don't benefit from. If you look at the poverty numbers, this is according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. More than 120 million Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So that's not just people who lack $2 a day. That's people who can't afford food, who can't afford shelter. And even if you look at the numbers of the people who have died, right? These are wartime numbers for a country that is officially not at war. And so I think it's really, really difficult to make an argument and say, you know, things are trending in the right direction.
Casualty numbers, wrong direction. Poverty numbers, wrong direction.
Right. You know, we were very clear with the Nigerian people when the decision was made. It will bring discomfort temporarily, but the long term is what we are promising. We decided to also involve intervention mechanism in dealing with some of the hardship that the people undergo. Now, when that decision was made in May 2023, it was hellish. But as I speak to you today, the numbers, the indices, and the stats are favorable to the economic reform that we have introduced. Our foreign reserve has increased substantially. Our net import dependency went down. Our export production capacity has gone up. Our naira is strengthened. We have provided opportunities for families who could not afford to send their kids to school to access grant and go and have their education, cost of fee, tuition fee, as well as the cost of living.
You mentioned school. 20,000 schools in Nigeria have been shut in the last few months because of these kidnapping attacks.
Correct.
18 million Nigerian school children are not going to school, according to the UN. That is the highest number anywhere in the world.
Okay, I want that to sink in. For those people who come and say all that thing, 18 million children. These are people who are going to be friends of your children, my children, who are going to live in the same country with your children who are now in the prestigious schools speaking Oyibo. These people are going to grow with them. We live in the same community and the same country. Are you sure that your children will be safe? 18 million. And now we are being told that the reason why insurgency or terrorism is going on because certain people lack certain amenities. They're not given the equal right to be like other Nigerians. And now we're having to drop out 18 million, the highest in the world. Why should we always be on the wrong part of the stacks? Why should we always be Nigeria? That's what that journalist asked. Why should it always be we looking for negative things to use to, to make ourselves rise? Well, for those who think that they are in Abuja and things are safer, I want to let you know that this is what the situation is now, in Abuja.
Colleague, I told him to come and check my house. So when he came, he now told me that my wife, he'd be calling my wife, she's not answering, and they broke one of my window. So that is when I came back. I saw that she's not around. So we ran into the bush, walking helter-skelter. It's not up to 40 days. She put to bed. So even the baby now is with my sister. She's taking care of the baby, giving him milk. They are giving him milk for now.
They broke my house. They entered inside my room. They turned everything upside down. There is nothing they didn't. They went to my storeroom at the back. They packed the whole, both rice, both oil, everything. They packed all my clothes, all my husband's clothes from the wardrobe. They carried everything.
What is my trauma now is that the trauma of these children is what I am paying with. Not them carrying them. The trauma they are facing now. Their daddy is not there. Their mommy is not there. Their uncles, every other person is not there. But they find themselves in the hands of stranger. Not just stranger, with dangerous weapons, with horror faces. These children are facing all these things. So each time I remember it, I am went. Inside of me, I am pained. We are passing through pain. Day and night, even afternoon, we are moving, looking sideways. If anything will attack us, not only night. Nigerian government should rise up. They should rise up and defend us. I am speaking now to the Speaker of the House of Reps. I am speaking to Akpabio, the Senate President. I am speaking to Tinubu to hear the cry of the people. You are there to lead us, not to only lead your family. You are there to protect the citizens of Nigeria.
All right. So, and the bit goes on. That is our situation. That is a report from Abuja. Mind you, the guy who spoke first is one of the personnel. While he was going to chase the terrorists came and took his wife away. So it's double jeopardy, as they call it. And so that is the situation. And that is Abuja. Please, for those of you who didn't know the location. That's Abuja. And Abuja has very big towns around it. That is part of Kubwa. And if you lived in Abuja before, you know where Kubwa is. Now the kidnapping has come to Kubwa and to Gwarimpa and to Mpape and Gadowa and all those axes. So it means that just like they promised earlier that they would take over, they will take over Abuja before Easter. Who knows? Gentlemen, it is getting to a point where we can no longer say, like the advertisement in one battery, say never, never say die. What are we going to do with the situation we find ourselves? But that is for later. I want you to react to Chief Maazi Ezeoke and the comments he left with us today concerning all the situations that we find ourselves in Nigeria. What will you say? What do you think? What's your conclusion of the interview that has become an issue? Is it truly true that the Nigerian journalists, people like us, we don't know how to ask questions, or we are afraid, we are lily-livered, we don't know how to put the question to people, and so the foreign journalists do better work? Or is it just that we don't have the environment? It's not conducive enough for you to put a tough question across because of many factors that you guys will be eventually outlining for us today. On that note, I say welcome, Mr. John, Abba, my brother, and my also brother, Tony. All of you are welcome. And you have seen and you've heard. Now is your time to tell us what you think. Jonaba, what do you think?
Thank you, my brother KJ, brother Tony. It's nice to be with you guys. And hope you guys are having good time wherever you are. I watched the interview. I watched you guys. I was busy, and there's not much to ask, so I decided not to join. He answered. He's a very brilliant guy. The only difference between, or my difference between me and him on issue is, I know he loved Nigeria. I love Nigeria, and he want things to work out. But I don't know. It's a Peter Obi guys. I'm not Peter Obi fan, so that's the only thing that we are different. But I appreciate all his answers to your questions. I listened from the beginning to the end. Um, he answered those two brilliantly. And one of the things that I want us to is the story he told how his family member were kidnapped. It's the same thing that we have seen that most of the things happening in the north is with the northerners, and the northerners are suffering it. The same thing goes to the east and all the part of the country. I told you guys about a man in is Ogbadibo local government who sacrificed his life, is the vigilante leader in that area. And the people that he died for are the Igbos in between the Ubola for people that they kidnapped and brought them to the primary school there. And he find out and was trying to rescue them. He lost his life, but at least the people were rescued. The point I'm trying to make is that these things, we should be open-minded and knowing that all Nigerians, any part, you are suffering it. And as far as issue that you guys talk about of Boala is a career shameless politicians like any other politician who can say anything. Uh, I watched one of his interview in the past. He was so proud that his father wanted him to be where he is today. I think if his father is alive, he will be ashamed of him. And if he's in the grave, he's rolling in the grave because nobody wants to see his son being disgraced on international platform. I never say this. I say this. I never said it. They'll play you said it. And I don't know how our legacy will be after we are all gone. What they will show to your children. Say, look at your father, he's a career politician, he's a liar from the pit of hell. Look at your father. This is what, they bull people in school in our time based on those things. And now internet will reveal you and your family. They'll just go research, just Google your name, Boala, what you say, it's all going to come out. They'll say, look at your father. So I think this is the same problem we are having. We don't see beyond our nose. We don't see life after ourselves, that those things matters. No principle, nothing. You just want to go out there and talk because how will those people in politics look around and say, okay, we have genuine people. We may have our differences. Like both of us here, we have our differences. We can argue it. But the line that you're not going to put your life down to all the things you say. There's something in my place said, dog do not eat its vomit. When you get to a point that you have to say, I'm sorry to say sorry, then that cannot be a perpetual lifestyle. So voila is, and those are the people who encourage those like president and governor to continue, because they can have people like voila to go out there and lie to their own dominations, and they don't look back. And I don't know how he's going to sleep that day. Did they take medication to sleep when they go to such interview where they disgrace you? Or you're going to go and numb yourself as, oh, I'm a politician, I can just lie. And when they disgrace me, I come home and nothing happens. I don't understand. So that is about that ball. And ADC is dead on arrival. As far as Tinubu is alive, coming 2027, whether ADC or they form any other party, as is a done deal. And the truth about the whole matter is this: none of these people that are ADC building coalition today, none of them. Can you hear me? I think you're trying to say something.
Yeah, Jonaba, look at this. Where's the water? Is the water? Where's the water? Is it full or half? You see, you may see it as full, others may see it as half. So your ADC being as good as dead, it may be the same thing with this water.
Okay. So, and the truth of the whole matter is that these are the same people recycling themselves, and we don't have an ideological party in our place where you can say PDP, this is what they stand for. You can say APC, this is what they stand for. These are the same people with the same mentality. If you understand American politics, it's run actually by young people who see things. All those people, they just make speeches even before they come out. If you've been to Capitol, you see how the young people with a sharp mind prepare them to even make speeches and all of that, how the policy will be driven and all drives.
Yeah, so Jonaba, this is my question, and I've been asking the people who have not been able to answer me. So if somebody like George Akume is sitting opposite Marco Rubio, and they are arguing on policy, how do you think such a people can be able to put their points across, that a U.S. senator, a U.S. Secretary of State can now be able to not take them and wipe the floor?
It's just like Bola, what you see. You're going to see they will be going left and right, and then end of the day, they want to wear cap of seniority without living up to it. So Akume, he said, oh, those people, they know themselves. And that is the same thing when you go to ADC right now, and you're looking at, okay, let's form a new coalition to take Tinubu out. What are we going to be left with? It's the same people, the same idea, nothing different. And my question is that, are they doing it because they want to change Nigeria, or they are doing it because they want to get their own chop by chop? Or what is the long-term plan? What is the end game? Where is the country going to stand after we are long gone? What will Nigerians see remain? Or even if you leave Chad for a few years to come, and Chad continue, Niger continue to go in this speed, they can invade Nigeria, nothing will happen, because there's nothing we are doing to address the fear that is facing the challenge of 21st century, whether it's a cyber hack that can bring us down. And this guy is just like Bola said, oh, Naira is gaining strength. I don't understand that. Those are the people. And there's no difference between APC, ADC, and all of that. I think Nigerians will pray that there will be a strong person to come and take over this country and take us to another direction. But as far as this 2027 and all these parties say we are forming a coalition to bring it, these are the same people. I don't see any difference, and I don't believe in anything they are saying. I'm not saying Tinubu regime is working for anybody, but I don't think that these people too have anything to offer differently. But they can try whatever. Thank you. People are coming. I'll let people talk, and we'll talk later.
Thank you so much, Jonaba. Thank you for the openings. Tony, did you read the episode that Mr. Show Me wrote concerning the way that Daniel Bwala answered the question, and pointing out the flaws of the interviewer, and that how he was being aggressive and not giving Daniel Bwala the opportunity to put in a word. He was being combatant and antagonistic, and then pulling, and he in fact he wrote an episode. You can as well take what he had written and publish. It's publishable. Did you read any of that? And what is your conclusion if you did read it? Combatant and antagonistic, and then pulling. Okay, so if he in fact he wrote an episode. Okay, if you're not speaking, please put your mic off. All right.
No, there was an echo. I mean, there was an echo. I don't know whether it's coming from here or coming from you. Greetings, KJ. Greetings, everyone. And greetings, viewers. Yeah, I didn't see that article that you're talking about that Showemi wrote, but I know Showemi is a PDP person, but I also see him as someone who has some sympathy for Ashiwaju. I mean, they've called him to Aso Rock. I don't know what was discussed, but he flip-flops, talks about Obi, talks about Atiku, talks here, talks there, and talks about himself as a candidate. So I look at him as someone who cannot be taken seriously, very loquacious, and I've been searching to see who he is and what he has accomplished, for him to say that he's a better alternative than some of these people. I haven't seen. So I don't take him seriously, even though I respect his views. But I have seen Bwala speak about Hassan some years back. And he has eulogies for Hassan. And that the way, in fact, he rated Mehdi Hassan, very high. And it was particularly when he was talking about the encounter he had with Piers Morgan. So I don't think that before his opinion changed, before he went to that interview. So if you place what he said side by side with whatever you said Showemi was saying, then there's a contradiction, Now, but having said that, I think there are two issues that I see in the interview. One was that it focused on the personality of Bwala as a person. Two, as a spokesperson for the ruling government, for the APC, for the president. And then maybe the third is, the performance of the government for which he is part of. So those three things, I think, was the focus. And if you ask me, from the interview, anybody who listened very carefully, plus the comments from those, who were there, you would see that he was just putting to Bwala the things that he said. The only thing that he didn't do to nail it properly is to put a video. But I've seen the video, and I can confirm that some of those things that Bwala was denying, that he put to Bwala that he said that he was denying. He actually said, I've seen the video because I've seen a presentation where they match what he said and what the quotations that Hassan, was given to him, and there's no contradiction at all. So if you had played that video, unless he's going to say it's AI or that it wasn't him, he's a lookalike. And so, looking at those two things, first of all, I think that Bwala didn't do well. He's a smart guy, he's an intelligent guy, but I think he messed up. I think he disgraced himself. I think he showed himself as someone who is incapable of representing the government. I think I have seen his rebuttal. There's something he put up, out there after this whole interview and saga, blaming some people and so on and saying stuff and so on, but it doesn't match. Because just like a bad workman quarreling with his tools. I think Bwala should pause and check social media and check the comments of people, elsewhere, what they're saying about his performance. Because he can't see himself except by reflection by some other means, according to Shakespeare. We are the mirror, we listened to it, we saw what he was saying, unless if he didn't know what he was saying. And I think he totally messed up. And if I score him, I'll be very, very generous in giving him a 0/10. And that would be generous, because if there's anything less than 0, that's what he's going to have. He failed, and I think he needs to go back to school. The man just made him look like a Lilliputian, someone who, go and ask Ali Ndume about this guy. Ask Ali Ndume, he's a senator. Ask him, about, because I've heard comments about him, about like from Ali Ndume, about who, the same party, about who Daniel Bola is. So I think it's I feel bad for him. I feel sad. Now, in terms of defending his government, I think there again he tried, but he failed totally, because there were obvious things. The facts are there. The facts are there. It's difficult to defend this government, and you have to accept that. The record is bad. Now, they may have been trying, but if you feel the pulse of the people, what the people say, you look at all the indices, you can't score this government a pass. And for me, if I were, doing that job, God forbid, there are things you have to accept, because you can't deny them and say, yes, we have this problem. Yeah, there are one or two things they accepted. Yeah, we have problems. We have, here, there. This is what we have done. This is the result we are getting. But it's still a far cry from actually addressing the various issues that we have. Because the thing that he has said here will stand against him for years. Yes, and when you have someone who would come and say some good things about this person, and then when things turn bad, he goes against the person and goes to that and begin to criticize the other person, the side that he was in before. If anything happens to the Tinubu administration, I can bet you this guy is going to move and is going to go somewhere else and is going to criticize the Tinubu government. That's how I see him. So it's unfortunate. I think that he scored in all aspects, he scored very, very low. He didn't do credit to himself. He didn't do to his image. He didn't do credit to his office and to the government that he's representing. And for him to come thereafter, to now begin to try to justify the things that he said and to put the blame on some other people, I think that's infra-dig. That's the worst thing anybody can talk of. And in fact, that even diminishes him more, even much less than a Lilliputian. So
okay. Tony, let me jump in real quickly. Do you think this is the reason why Ajuri Ngele decided to leave the government, because he found out that down the road he may not be able to take what is coming and be able to put to international stage and be embarrassed this way? So he quickly said he was sick and needed to go take care of himself. Do you think it has anything to do with it? Because it was actually his office that this individual stepped into.
Well, I can't speak to that because I don't know the facts. There could be some other things. I don't know. It could have stepped on someone's toes. It could be ethnic minded. It could be an ethnic thing. It could be, that he didn't perform. It could be, like you said, or resigned or whatever. I don't know. I can't speak to the facts. But I also have to accept that this is a very difficult job. And that particularly when in the circumstances, with his record and the kind of government you are working for.
Yeah, but again, I'm sorry, I'm being a bit pushy back on you. You have worked in a PR department and all that, so that's why I'm pushing a little bit harder. Now, is it wrong when you're presented with a fact that you said, not the government said now, they didn't say government said, they said you said this. Okay, what do you think is the best way to approach? Is it to start to lie that you didn't say that? Knowing that this is the age of social media. You said, the man said, you said, and I quote, you say, no, you didn't say that. To the point of 2, 3, 4 times, what kind of a dumb person are you? Because if you say he's so intelligent, the first 3 times you got it wrong, then they quoted what you said, you should have been more careful. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I'm asking you the question, sir. So what really went? Is it that he wasn't paying attention? Is it that he was distracted by the people sitting there? Is it that he had butterflies? Because those of us who used to act, we know that when you step on the stage first time, you have butterflies in your stomach, so sometimes you miss your first 2 lines. But you quickly take off. So what is the reason? Because Daniel Bwala is not a small fry, whether we like it or not. He's a very articulate guy. You know, what's the reason?
Well, I think he lied to himself. Definitely, because if someone quotes, let me give you an example. I had an issue with John Abba sometime. You know, I said something, and then I wasn't nice to him, and he said that I said so thing. I said no, I didn't say it. You know, and then there was a little bit of rough words and so on. But when I went to go and replay that video, I saw that yes, what he was saying, I truly said. So I came back to this platform and I apologized to him. I said, listen, I said this thing. I'm sorry. But, I'm not apologizing for saying it. But to say that I didn't say it is wrong, and then on the basis of which, I insulted him. I said, I'm sorry, because I did say it. Now, it doesn't humiliate you. It doesn't make you feel less the person that you are. In fact, it elevates you. So, and then it solves the problem instantly. I expected that, you see, there's something about education. Education is not just going to the school. The school has to pass through you, and for someone who has the master's degree, I'm a lawyer. I think that when people quote the things, because if you use those materials, the things that are ascribed to him that he said, and someone goes to use it as if it belongs to him, then Ebola will take you to court because the lawyer. Now, to disown what he said, and a lawyer for that matter, facts that we know that are clearly there, both on video and recorded, it's something that I find very atrocious. I think that I think he didn't do well. But again, I watched him too on an issue, even in the legal field, where Dr. Mills Banire, came. He had spoken concerning a particular legal issue and gave his impression. I know lawyers sometimes don't agree, but the law, has it's an art, like they say. But when I listen to Dr. Mills Banire on the same issue, well, he's the son, Boala is not his son. You could see that he totally flawed Boala. And I was wondering, all these things that he's brandishing and this hype and this every time he goes to the television, he's showing that he goes to his high horse and so on and so forth. I think it totally humbled him and made him look like somebody who's just starting to learn communication. So I think Boala should go and retract the things that he posted thereafter. Because even that makes him look more. Lastly, let me say something. I said it here. I told you guys on this platform that by the time he stood up, his chair was wet. So I think he peed on his chair because he couldn't handle it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we don't know about that, but we know, Mr. Uzo, and we'll get to if you move on. But Mr. Uzo, do you think he said he was?
Okay.
Do you think he was ambushed?
You call him ambush. That's a little thing. That's a snapping. The snap on him. Like as you said, it's a small fly. My people used to say, one-eyed man is a king in the eye of the blind. All right. So being a small fly, being who he is in Nigeria, doesn't make when he goes out, is who he is. And any of us if any of us here be in his shoe, we do the same thing. Because how can he tell the whole world that Tinubu is all these things you have said? We all had it, all right? Over 2 years, when he was in PDP, what was he employed for? Is to damage Tinubu's reputation with lies. That's what he was employed for. So those lies now come back to him. He cannot say his truth anymore. He had to stand on his lie. Imagine he went there to tell them that that a Bolivar went to Tinubu house with money. He's not coming back to Nigeria. He won't come back. Any of us will do that if you are in his shoe, or kind of person he is. You know that those are all lies. But he said it. But now the evil that men do come after them. Those lies come after him now. He still have to go in the way of lying. So that's only what I'm saying. There's nothing like him being a righteous man.
Uzo, hold on. Is there anything wrong with saying this was my position? This is now my new position. Is there anything wrong with that?
It depends the position where you find yourself, KJ.
No, your position have changed now. Why don't you just simply say, yes, I said those things, but now I have a change of mind? Is there anything wrong with that?
Sometime in exam hall, sometime, all right, you may have studied. The same thing you study is you saw the question, you fail it. You know how to even answer it anymore.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Uzo is freezing. Now, but here's my question. Since we'll get back to you.
What he was expecting, what he read is not the question he saw. He read another thing, they throw him back to the question. The first question they asked him, throw him off balance. All right? He throw him off balance. He start like, okay, that let me say about Nigeria, they just what you said, they use what you said to attack him, and he was useless. That doesn't make him like he says to, or he doesn't know what he's doing. He's a military. Anybody.
Okay, Uzo, if you come back, we'll come back to you. Let's move on. I don't seem to agree with your position.
That may be a big fly.
Okay, I don't seem to agree.
Even you hear some time, even you hear some time, so something you say, all right, that's something you say. Someone will throw it at you after a year. You say I didn't say that.
No.
Everybody here.
No.
It may be little. You said I didn't say that.
Uzo,
all right,
Uzo.
And they replay back to you.
Uzo.
So that's what I mean. So
this is what we are trying to avoid in this new Nigeria. You see, that's the problem. Okay, the problem is that you don't own up when the truth is told to you. That's what we are saying here. Okay, it is not a question
not a political. No, not is there somebody you said that to? Not a political jagabala bwala. Not Ron or Mokri, all those guys. They will tell you devil. They will even defend the devil by himself. So not those guys. So what are you expecting from him? You can't expect anything good from them. So that's my.
Let's move on. What I'm trying to also get to, to understand is that the international community is not waiting for us to get to do our nonsense. Okay, it's just like now. You know, and I'm moving to Masca, but I just want to say this. You know that if you are going to a place, let's say let's meet in McDonald's, and I'm driving from my house, you ask me what's your EBT? EBT. Your arrival, what time? So it's not the question of I'm coming. No, the system has made such a way that you can hardly lie. If you're on the way, we can see you. We can go to Google and say, where are you right now? You say, oh, I'm so and so. I'm close to you. We go and check for you. We can see you still sitting in your house with your this thing. So the system out there, outside of Nigeria shores, does no longer have room for you to make mistakes and lie. Nobody's going to cover for us. But let me go on to Masca. And I asked Masca the same question. Is anything wrong with a man changing his mind and saying, yes, so this thing I said it before, but now I have decided to change my mind? And then you see that one of the things I want to say to Uzo I don't agree with is for him to say exam. No, that question of exam is not here because these are your spoken word. It's not that somebody gave you an exam that is different from what you know before. This is your own spoken word. Is there anything by simply saying, hey?
No, I said when you read. I said when you read something.
No, it doesn't matter. It's your own spoken word. It was his spoken word.
You can't remember it anymore.
Not anybody's word. His own spoken word. Master, go ahead.
Let's move on.
Yeah, there's everything wrong with today. You say this cloth I'm wearing is white, and tomorrow you now say no, it's black, and everybody can see that the color has not changed. Everything is wrong with that. What we are missing in this whole thing is that in my place there are two proverbs. Whatever we do, I don't know how to paraphrase the proverb, but it's more to say that whatever you're doing, everybody is watching you. It almost is like you are almost like in the eye of the people, so to speak. It's all of us here. I have challenged you several times, KJ, that look, you are some things you say is propaganda. Why? Because if you speak today, you speak tomorrow, next tomorrow, people would see the tangent you're going. And this is exactly what has happened to Daniel Bwala. The issue is not even really Mehdi Hassan. I don't need a Mehdi Hassan to know that Daniel Bwala is a liar. I don't need a Mehdi Hassan. Why would I need a Mehdi Hassan? There's nothing Mehdi Hassan has done. There's nothing, zero, nada. This man said he is not going to support Muslim ticket. Okay, what has happened to the Muslim ticket that today you are? It's okay to say I'm not going to support it. Okay, and then tomorrow you say, okay, no wahala, the man is now president. I'm going to keep quiet. Okay, but it's something else completely out of this world for you to criticize the man and then for you to want to come back to the same public space and to defend the man. It's not going to happen anytime soon. It will not fly. If you were the one interviewing this guy, KJ, and if you do your work, you go back and check all the list of the man I've said, it's going to be the same result. The only difference maybe I can take and agree is that, how do I explain this second point now? You know, it's like when you are talking to your mate, there's a level of respect that you come to. But if it's somebody like you're talking to your staff, you know, there's a way you would also, even if you're on the wrong, there's a way. It's like, let me give you a good example. Like you have a driver, the two of you enter the car. He's telling you put your seatbelt. You are paying him salary. Even if you don't wear the seatbelt, there's a level to which you cannot raise this seatbelt issue. After a while, he must have to keep it there. But if you enter a friend's car and he says put seatbelt, he can stop the car and say get down. You know that one. It's your mate. So there's a level of decorum you must come to the table with. That is the only thing I think that is different. Where Daniel Bwala cannot call somebody and say they should put Mehdi Hassan on a leash. That's the only thing. But there's nothing. That guy was a liar. Everybody knows. Those of us that are in Nigeria, we know that one very well. There is nothing that you did not say bad about this man. And at that same point, you were supporting somebody like Atiku. Okay? So these are very obvious things. These are things in the public space. These are liars. The challenge, even for me, is that we are still talking about it because this is the problem for Nigerians. Like, what are we even analyzing here? What are we saying now? That Daniel Bwala is an okay person? The man is not okay. He is not. Some of the people he fought with, there's this guy, what's his name now? He was the man that had this grass cutting scandal. What's his name?
Babacha Lawal.
Babachi Lawal.
Okay. Say whatever you want to say about Babachi Lawal. The man is an honorable man. He said he's not going to support Tinubu. Tinubu, you are my friend, but I'm not going to support you for this Muslim ticket. It is wrong. Until today, the man is still within the political circle. He's in ADC. You know that he was together with Buhari. You can't say that the man he has scandal. There's grass cutting scandal around him. But you can't say that the man is a liar. You cannot say that. Daniel Bwala, you can't. There's everything wrong for you to say Atiku is good, Tinubu is bad, and then tomorrow you wake up again. There's nothing that Tinubu has done. Nothing that he has done. All the things he has accused to, none of them have gone away. And you wake up today, you're the one who want to support that guy and defend. In another place, they will lynch you. Honestly, they will lynch you in another place. But Nigeria, anything goes. It's only in Nigeria that you have a Femi Fani-Kayode, you have a Daniel Bwala, you have a Reno Omokri, and they're all going about. And people are even talking about it. This is, for me, the most ridiculous. But it's even, I'm not happy, KJ, that you are now even making it a question. Okay, I put that question back to you. Is it okay that you will say one thing today and tomorrow you wake up and say another? Is that okay?
Masker, I thought I'm the one handling the interview here and sending the
Yes,
question.
see,
But if you want to know my opinion is out there, and I made that when I started the program. You see, the thing is that in Nigeria we try to look for who to blame, and now they are putting it on the Nigerian journalists. And many of these people who are putting on Nigerian journalists don't know what the Nigerian journalist goes through, because some people give you.
KJ, again, don't go on that tangent. Me and you will forget tonight, because it's not that people are blaming the Night. See, this is the problem we have. That Boala is a problem does not mean that out of Boala's problem, other people's problem will now be exposed.
No,
The
but
fact of the matter
you,
is that
you asked me a question, Masker.
okay,
And
let me
I have read a lot of comments and follow-ups from people, especially those in Nigeria. And one of the complaints that majority of them do say is because the Nigerian journalists do not know how to ask questions. And all kinds of blame have been given to the Nigerian journalists. But that we're not going to talk about that now. But I'm just simply telling you that it's not lack of training, because our professors who train those Nigerian journalists are all
is this answer to my question? The question you asked me, I answered you that there's everything wrong with it. But I'm even now wondering, like, this myself that is asking me this question, does that question make sense? You, KJ, is it okay with you that somebody will say something today and tomorrow he wakes up and say something different?
So
I'm just like to understand.
This is I'm coming. You see, again, Masker, you are falling to the same trap that Alex Oti fell into. You see, when a journalist asks you a question, whether it is stupid or not, it's for you to provide an answer. Use that answer.
You see, no. That's a total waste of time. If just journalists will wake up.
You see, this is the same attitude that Donna Bola went out there with. This same attitude.
You are not going to blackmail me for calling you out or calling the journalist out. You are not going to blackmail me into keeping quiet.
Listen,
you asked me a question.
But you are the one who asked me back the question. Now you don't want me to answer.
No, but you didn't answer it. What you are telling me is because you are a journalist, you can ask any kind of question.
See, Masker, listen to me again, and I repeat myself. A journalist can ask you any question, whether you feign me to be stupid or otherwise. He can ask you. He can even ask you how many wives you have and if you have children at all. That's for you to answer. And that is the reason why you have called him there. It's not for you to hold on. Please let me make sense. It's not for you to determine what is the importance of the question he's asking you. It's not for you to determine whether he should have done his homework or not. If you listen to let us look at journalism from an international perspective. Most of the questions people have asked some of these people are even more stupid than the ones who ask. But the people still answer the question. They don't tell them, why are I asking that kind of question? Are you stupid? No, it's not said that way. And that's why I totally support the journalist that asked Alex Oti that question. I said Dr. Alex Oti should answer that question, whether he feels he's stupid or not. He's not the editorial board of that newspaper. He's not the one who's going to publish it. So if the journalist goes there to say what,
so you are just answering my own question. I hope you are taking too long to answer the question.
Okay, sir.
All right. So KJ, what I'm saying is straightforward. Let me start by telling you that I actually respected the question. I answered it. Yes, I answered your question. I said there's everything wrong with it. I have given you your due respect. Now, the point I'm actually raising is the fact that, look, that shouldn't even be the issue in my mind. Okay? Because the reality is that we should all agree that it is wrong to say one thing today and say the other thing tomorrow. And that is why I put the question back to you. And it's also show that the statement you are making about journalists, that people are criticizing Nigerian journalists, you are just, this your attitude also just supports that position of people. All that my question is trying to bring out, you have actually buttressed it. Because what people in Nigeria are saying, that Nigerian journalists, instead of asking you the right question, they go and ask you a question that is irrelevant.
Okay, you see, Master, let's move ahead, because you're not going to agree and you're not seeing my point. So leave that. But if you wanted to look at the questions that Madi asked Boala, none of those questions have to do with government policies. None of those questions have to do with how Nigerian people have become. It was what he said with his own mouth. But that is a government representative who speaks on behalf of government. He had come there to talk on behalf of government. He had looked at all the policies that people may criticize around the world. He had put all those practices. He came and they asked him about what he said, not policy. That is why. Hold on. That is why Mr. the guy who wrote pages on it said he was not asking the right questions. Why he's not asking about government? He was talking about what Boala said and all that.
No,
anybody can look at any question and say anything.
I listened to that interview. There were two aspects, and I think Tony actually captured it very well when he made his own comments. Yes, there were questions about Boala, but there were questions also about the government. In terms of security, have this government sorted out security issues? He was quoting numbers to show that the security situation is bad. How can somebody wake up and say he didn't ask him policy issues? That's not correct. He asked him policy issues.
All right.
Anyway, no, you took my time, so I'll take 1 minute to really put my summary together. What I'm really saying, and I will repeat what I said even to the guest, I still maintain that yes, Boala was exposed, but the exposure of Boala also exposed the level of journalism in Nigeria. That we're saying that our journalists are not up to par doesn't mean that, oh, Boala therefore doesn't have a problem, or that Mehdi Hassan is an exceptional person. No. But that interview have exposed also the reality that our journalists, with the exception of a few people like, what do they call him? This guy that is on Arise.
Rufai.
And who is the other guy? There's one other guy.
Ruben Abati.
No.
Charles Anoglu.
No, even Charles is just
Chamberlain.
Okay, it doesn't matter. But the point for me is that there are very few exceptions, and that there are these few exceptions and nothing has happened to them convince me that all the journalists are just lying to themselves. Because Peter Rufai has been pushing back. Have they sacked him? The answer is no. So everybody that is hiding here and there, not asking the right questions, he's just doing it because he's a coward and he's lazy journalist. I put it and I summarized it there. That interview did not expose only Boala. It exposed also Nigerian journalism.
Okay, thank you so much. That's your view and you're entitled to it. But I, as a journalist who practiced in Nigeria for 17 years, refuse to agree with you.
And in 17 years, people like you have done that have left us where we are. See where the country is.
No.
Yes.
Where we are is not the truth. You see, another day we'll talk about the issues of journalism in Nigeria. Let's move on. Do you have anything to say before we change topic?
I think everything hi everybody. It's all about integrity, honestly. And does Daniel has it? Of course, we all know that. It's just like Reno Mockery. All of them in this administration. But that's what politics, sometimes in Nigeria, let me use Nigeria as an example, or maybe Africa. Let me talk about Nigeria, the one I know. It's all about where Bele face, you go that side. If another administration wins the next year election, you see Daniel, follow them. They don't care about you. They will even deny their mother and their father for them to get what they want to get. Panika your day, of course, we know that one. Festus Keyamo, of course, we know. All of them, majority of them that are in this administration, they are all the same thing. They don't care about us. But they make it look like they are working for the citizen. Just tell me somebody who is working. Master, tell me somebody who is working. Janaba, tell me somebody who you think is working in this administration. Tell me. And I will tell you why the person is not working. Why are you looking on the ceiling? Are you thinking?
Ify, I am thinking because I always come to the table with an open mind. I'm not the one to quickly wash everybody. So I must check through. Is there anybody that I think is working? And at this point, I can't name anybody.
Okay. Maybe John knows. John, do you know anybody? You too. Yeah. Tony Nko.
But again, if my position has always been that this system, even you, if they make you minister, you will not perform.
It's a lie.
I'm telling you, I'm putting it to you like Kufai will do. I put it to you. You will
this
not
is not a law court, and I'll tell you it's a lie.
Okay. No, I agree. Look, I would agree with you also.
Let me tell you something. Let me not just market myself because I'm not,
No, please market yourself.
No, I'm not.
We will send a contingent to come and convince.
No, one thing I will tell you, Master, it's all about greed. It's all about greed. How much money do you need in this world? You can only drive one car at a time. You can only wear one pair of shoes at a time, one pair of pants at a time. You will only sleep in one room. You can only wear one shirt or one underwear at a time. You can only wear one article of clothing at a time. What are you doing with all this money? Where is Abiola today? And where is his wealth? You see, all the people in Nigeria, but look at Buhari today. His son put out a post a few weeks ago and said that when his father was president, his phone will not stop ringing. He will get about 2,000 calls a day. But today, his phone barely rings. Why? Because the same group of people, they have moved to the next administration. That is what it is. It's all about greed. They asked Daniel Boala, how did Bola Ahmed Tinubu acquire his wealth? He couldn't answer. The guy that defended him, the APC guy, couldn't answer. How can somebody say that every politician in Nigeria that has been successful must have atom of Tinubu? I can't remember how he said that. I'm like, this is where we have put ourselves. How dare you say that? And this is my problem with politicians and the people supporting APC. They have 4 years to prove to us what they can do. And I ask all of you here, who's just ignored me like I didn't even ask a question. Tony did not even move his mouth. Master was looking on top of the ceiling. Janaba was just laughing because there is nothing to show for it.
If you are, I didn't even hear you. I was busy with calls.
Okay, I asked a question and I said, tell me somebody in this Tinubu's administration that you can say that is performing. Is a performing minister or is a performing this or that. Tell me one person.
Wike. Mr. Wike.
Wike is performing what?
According to them, he says performing.
You see, and that is where I have a problem. They will tell you, he's building roads.
To them.
He's building bridges. In 2026, we are still campaigning with roads. So if you tell me somebody is performing, please ask him how much he has stolen so far. Ask him how much he has stolen so far. What is he performing? What is he doing? Everything is overpriced. If they do a job of 1 million, they will tell you it's a 30 million job, a naira worth of job. So nobody is performing anything. And you see the same cities. That's why sometimes I see Nigeria, I say, this stuffer, you people are not tired. I beg, let Tinubu win next year. I'm even rooting for him. Let him win. It will be times 2 Shege Promas. People will be on the streets begging for food.
All right. Thank you so much, Ify. And that brings us to the next discussion that we're going to go into, which is the the reason why Mr. Ezeoke was here, he is the headmaster of the village boys. The village boys are an offspring of it didn't start like an organization, so not like somebody called, but because of the formation of the Bola Tinubu's sons, City Boys, and the inauguration of the City Boys in the southeast and around Nigeria, ordinary people in ordinary places, in communities and thereabout, decided to also meet, and this organization started forming itself, and they call themselves the Village Boys.
Can I say something first before?
Yes.
Because that's so annoying.
Okay.
Both the village boy and both the city boys, they are Arab nonsense. When I say nonsense, non-secable, if there is anything like that.
Why do you say that?
What is it for?
For elections.
Which election?
2027.
What's the meaning of that? What are they? See, the truth of the matter is this: whether you form 10 political whatever to support Tinubu or whoever you want, you don't need that. I honestly, you don't need, because I call it bunch of, I'm sorry to say that. I don't want to complete my statement. It's a pure waste of time. Now Nigerians need is to unite together and take these people out of power. In fact, let me tell you something. You see how corrupt our system has become. You're the one that said it yesterday. I listened to Aisha Yusuf, that even for something like certificate forgery, anything educational forgery can no longer be a problem or whatever. You cannot even contest, bring that to court or something they put in the law now, right?
Yes.
How do you, okay. So you are telling me that even something like that is in our constitution, and we are busy forming city boys and, to possible ADC versus APC. I tell you people, Tinubu won the election when he wasn't the president. Even though he's under a lot of pressure, I don't see him doing anything different from what, this past 4 years or past 3 years. He's not going to do anything different. In fact, Tinubu will not be able to campaign. Atiku will not be able to campaign. Mark my word, he cannot go to 30 states. He might go to a few selected states if he can. Other people will campaign for him, but he cannot go 30 states to campaign. It is up to Nigerians to unite together. Yes, there will be rigging, but there will be, if Nigeria come out in force, let me tell you, no matter how much they want to rig, they cannot win the election. But the thing is that a lot of Nigerians have given up. So whether you find city boy or village boy or Lagos boys or all these things are nonsense. Let Tinubu, if he's sure that his father has done well, let him come and address the youth. Let him come and talk to us and tell us what his father has done. Of course, he cannot do that. All they're relying on is rigging the election. All of them. And you see somebody like Wike tell King Gibe that you will never win this election. I mean, who does that? We are busy forming village boys and city boys. And the people who own the country are busy telling you who is going to win the election. And you think they care about the village boys? And you see people defecting from one political party to another just because of their own interest, selfish interest, not because that they care. I'm even surprised that we are still together, honestly speaking. I am shocked that there is countries still called Nigeria. When Tinubu took over, I have so much hope. I said, okay, maybe he will do something. Let's give him hope. Let's give him a chance that he might do something. But he just wasted almost 4 years of his time, not my time. Wasted it. And let's hope he doesn't need to campaign for election. He doesn't need to. Remember Odjus Okalo and his gang and all of them, they cannot. They cannot. They know that on that day they will not be in Abia because the Abia people will buy them if they ever step foot in Abia. That is how you campaign for election. Let your work speak for it. So the village, this thing came out because they had a city boys movement and the village boys came up just to challenge him. How? How? Who are you campaigning against? Who is the opposition? Up until now, you don't even know it. And you are telling the sitting president. Eh? Is it because, what's his name? Good luck gave up the power because of pressure from the Americans. And you think it's going to happen? Come on now. It's up to Nigerians. Go get your PVC. If you all don't unite together, if you all let religion, tribe, still fighting for his Yoruba, Hausa, Edo, and other stuff, you all are not going nowhere. Fasten your belt, because you see this rain that will fall in 2027, it will come heavily. You will pay tax for the ordinary water. You will pay tax for the air you breathe. When you go buy vegetable from a market seller, old woman selling ogo or selling a Western leaf, you're gonna pay tax, whether you like it or not. So I don't care about village boys and village girls and city boys. They are just Arab nonsense to me. Nigerians, if you want a change in your country, you need to come out and vote. I don't care who you vote for. It doesn't matter to me. If you need a change, come out and vote. That's up to you. In as much as I live in this country, I'm not bragging about it. Yes, I mean, I cannot time this country enough, because if I'm in Nigeria, I will not be where I am today. I'm not going to lie to you. The job I have today, I will not have it in Nigeria. The life I'm living today, I will not live it in Nigeria. However, this is still my country. I've said it so many times. Anytime I'm going to Nigeria, I'm always happy. Anytime I'm coming by, you see me crying at the airport. My sisters, they will be like, why are you crying? I say, you will not understand. There is no place like home. Nigeria would have been the best country to ever live in this world. The best country. But why? Because we have greedy leaders. All these politicians, none of their kids go to school in Nigeria. They all go to school abroad, preferably London. All their kids are in London, going to school. Somebody like Yaya Bello is still going to contest for election. Others are calling, is still in the Senate. Babi is still in the Senate. These are the people that they accrue money missing in NNPC. Nobody is held accountable. Once you join APC, your sins are forgiven. We don't need to borrow. Somebody said it yesterday. We don't need to borrow any more money from any country. All the politicians, all the money they have stolen, if you bring all the money they have stolen, trust me, it's enough to make Nigeria the best country ever to live in this world. You don't need to borrow any more money. Wike is a billionaire. Tell me how he made his money. All the politicians in Nigeria tell me how they made their money. If it's not from politics. Politics here is to serve. I can reach out to my House of Rep. I can reach out to my senator here in America. You might not speak to the person directly, but they have assistants. They have office where you can go if you have a complaint. The election coming, I hate to say, it's not about me. It's not about you, all of us here. But the thing is that we want our country back. And people are still fighting on social media. Who is supreme? Who has the highest followers? You don't even have electricity. And somebody will tell you, thank God I did not waste my money. I used it to buy my data. 2027, all your eyes will open.
Okay.
If you let me support you small, let me give you a little support.
No, John Abba have been here since. So let's
Pastor, sorry, sir.
Okay.
If I can my blessing they go.
Let him go ahead. Let the man.
Go ahead. Now Tony will talk. Not him. It's Tony's turn. So if you're not taking your turn, Tony will go. Let's not confuse it. Okay. All right, Tony.
Second night, I feel say make I go ahead also now.
No, let's just follow the line. Go ahead, Tony. Yeah. So the framer of the question, which if he had expanded, is who are the village boys against, and can the village boys be able to make any difference? I know that it would be wrong to say the village boys were in Abuja when Abuja was taken over. But I don't think the village boys had already been formed. It was after Abuja election that they started coming together. So the question now be, is the village boys formidable enough to tackle the bourgeois with all the billions they have in their coffers to spend on the Nigerian people?
Well, that's a difficult answer, but let me first of all say that I think from what we heard from Maazi Ezeoke concerning the reasons for forming the village boys, I think it's a political movement as a counterpoise to the city boys that became, a priori. Whether they have the kind of resources to match the city boys is a different thing. But I commend him because everybody, he is a member of ADC. And so he is doing his bit, to see how he can get his party, as the opposition to be more formidable than it currently is. The ADC hasn't been able so far. That's why I asked him the question that I asked him, because he was excited when this move was being made, and then there were, various moves to checkmate them, and eventually they ended up with ADC. Because I follow him, I was very excited. That's why I asked him the question whether he's still excited over the state of the ADC. But he answered the question, but he didn't quite get my drift. But I think he's making his own contribution. Whether that contribution would grow and mature to be able to challenge that of the city boy, which has the backing, I guess, directly or indirectly of the president, I don't know. But you see, the opposition has not, for me, played the role. Where is a coalition? So they are actually working like a coalition. They're not working like a party. I've not seen anything so far that shows them as working as one party. Maybe because some people have diverse interests. There are people who are looking for one thing or the other, and so on and so forth. So there's competition. That competition will either make or mar ADC. Okay, so or maybe until that time before we would know, because even these village boys, I want to suspect that the loyalty is probably to be not to ADC. That's what I feel. So if Obi, for instance, walks away from ADC, then I don't think that ADC would have the backing, or will be able to use the village boys for whatever is intended for. So I think it's still part of the fact that there's no direction. ADC doesn't have time. There's no time for registration. There's no time to even deal with the issues of election, of primaries. Who is going to be who? Presidential, governorship, senatorial, and all, because those things with the caliber of people you have there, it's going to lead to a fight and probably an implosion. It's already happening in APC, because if you read the Sunday Sun today, the front page, you see clearly that the ADC is already having problems. They're having problems in Benue, the governor and the secretary to the federal government. They are loggerheads. They're having, where again, I think in Delta, Omagege versus, the governor and all those who came. And then somewhere in Southwest, is it Tekiti or Ondo, I can't remember, they're having a problem. Those issues will come, So I don't know. I don't think that I don't know if the village boys will have that kind of muscle to be able to rough it with the city boys. One, not just only ruffle, not only financial muscle, but also to play the kind of politics that the city boys will play, because he was referring to it. Are they going to, if I slap you, can you slap me back? If I double you, will you? If I tackle you, will you double me? So I don't know whether they're going to play that kind of politics. So, but the president appeared to be sitting comfortably because APC started before every other party campaigning, even before INEC lifted gave the approval for people to begin to campaign. They've been buying buses, they've been positioning, and then of course you have the power of incumbency all over there. So they are well ahead, and they have tinkered with the electoral law as amended 2026 as amended to make it possible for them to win. If you look at everything that they have done, the ones that we know, we don't know the other things that are embedded in the Electoral Act as amended 2026. But from what we see, you can see that the party has positioned itself, in a way, in a very systematic way. They've been very strategic, even though dubiously, that's the dubious thing. But they have used whatever instrument that they have, judiciary, security, whatever, the legislature, cowing people, intimidating them, to join APC and then have a majority in the House, in the Senate, and so on and so forth. So they have used that majority while all the other people are waiting and just talking, to couch this thing that they've done. And we're all just there, just shouting and just talking. They've gotten what they want. Now, the only thing that I will be able to, withstand them is not the ADC. It's probably the Nigerian, the ordinary Nigerian. But who are you talking about? The people who go to vote. They are not me and you. These are people the poor people, they stay in the rain. They see the rich men don't vote now. The poor people stay in the rain, stay in the sun. And when some of them, when you give them 10,000 or 20,000, they they don't even, you save them the problem of going to vote. They collect your PVC and then they do what they want to do. If that doesn't work, then when they go to the collation center, they simply bring in those they want to bring in, and they do whatever they want to do. So it's a very, very serious fight.
So, Mr. Tony, will you agree with that assertion that people are saying the only reason why they are still having hope is because if Tinubu or APC rigs, Trump will march in to remove him? Do you think that's going to work?
Well, as for me as an individual, I've said here so many times that I don't have hope. I have lost hope. But you see, there is, even if it's a psychological effect, that there's someone with a knife behind you, whether real or unreal, that there's somebody who is looking, there's a Benji, there's a Trump, who now has the whole world to himself and he can do and undo and nobody can stop him. That thinking that you have a disruptor who can just walk into anybody's country and do anything that he wants and nobody questions. That fear is real, even in Nigeria. So will Trump be able to bring that force into be that fear, to concretize it and make it real? We don't know. But there's that fear because even Akpabio said it, that Trump is on our neck. So they know. And if you listen to Boala yesterday, when he was veering to the area where they were asking him questions about Trump, he just cautioned himself. They cautioned themselves. And some of them, if you look at some of these politicians, it appears even in their utterances now, they are being very, very careful with what they say. Because these are very, very uncertain times and difficult times.
Okay, let me pull your bit. Sorry. Then from there I'll move on. Do you think also there are people who have said that the strong man in the South is pulling too much himself and may attract unnecessary attention, who to drag the dragnet into his position and may probably find it difficult to maintain what he's pulling for? Will you agree to that position, that is actually dragging unnecessary attention to the South from his utterances?
Who is the man that you're talking about? Who is the man that you're talking about from the South?
Mr. Asari.
Oh, Asari is inconsequential as far as I'm concerned.
Asari is a strong man.
Okay, so you don't think that his name showing up in the Mossad list is not
Asari? Listen, Asari
on the website of the Israeli is the Mossad. It's not.
You're still talking about Asari.
Asari for me is Asare for me is inconsequential. Who is he?
Okay.
He's a militant
content
now.
creator.
He's
All right.
somebody who is hungry. Maybe his money is finished. I has he finished quarreling with Tantita and all those this thing. Asare is
Follow.
you see Tompolo, yes. You see that's part of the reasons why you can see that the country is failing. A man, an individual, openly displays weapons and displays, a militia all armed, seen visibly. And he has said some very atrocious things. And the security people cannot go after him. They can't invite, DSS can't invite him to say, come over here. I find it, how can, in Nigeria, having an army, armed.
Okay.
The state is failing. You are encouraging non-state actors.
Yep.
So I don't know. Those people were they licensed? Those guns that you are seeing, are they licensed? Are they allowed to carry arms? Is there a militia? Has the government empowered any, whether state or federal? Have they empowered anybody? But look at his utterances. They have been arresting some people because they say you say so thing, you say so thing. He has said worse things, threatening people up and down, said some things that should send him to prison. But everybody is there. Everybody is just looking, and nobody. So there are some animals, more equal than the others. So don't mention him.
No, Tony,
I think it's
Tony, that's not it, because it's not a threat to the government. He's a threat, they will take him out. They see him as a content creator. Remember, this is not the first time he already threatened the government, threatened the military, that he's going to bring down a military plane, this, that. They see him as a content creator. Anything if you can't threat to them, they will take him out. That's what I see there.
So they see him with arms as a content creator. Armed.
He's a
allowed to carry arms.
Government see him. They don't see him taking serious. They don't take it serious. They rather arrest somebody that tell you that you go to catapult to shoot at the catapult with a stone to shoot the National Assembly than Asari. They rather arrest that person Asari. They rather Asari. All this he is doing, he just give him money. He
Uzo.
Asari is just seeking attention. To be honest with you.
No. He's making. If he is making a lot of sense. Listen, 2 days ago, I'm coming. Like, if you hear me out, you know. 2 days ago, he made a video in his pepper soup drinking video. He said he's back. Yes, he was drinking his pepper soup, and he said he's back to that valley in the east, and he's there fighting. He said so, and he said the Ijele is also there with them. See what they are doing.
Come on, KJ, can we not talk about this man, please?
I just want to put it clear that it's not a content creator. He knows what he's doing, and he's being paid for it. But
he dared Americans to come to Nigeria, and when they came, we didn't hear about him again. He stopped talking. He threatened the Americans. He threatened Trump. If American soldiers ever step their foot in Nigeria, that he will fight them.
Yeah, my question wasn't really after him. My question was whether he's endangering the section of his country where he is. Yeah. But let's move on. Uzo, it will be fine if you mute your mic when you're talking, so we can have a discussion. Okay, Jonaba, you have had the discussion so far. What is your take? The issue of the village boys and the city boys, which Maazi Ezeoke was here. Uzo, please, can you mute your mic? I don't want your audio.
They are all content creators. They cannot match city boys, and they are all content creators.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they are just trying to be relevant, which is okay. It's politics. Everybody make any kind of noise to remain relevant. Village boy and city boy versus city boy. It's all about trying to be saying something. Tomorrow is single mother. Next tomorrow is a single father versus single father. There's nothing serious in Nigeria. The only thing that we are supposed to be lamenting is that how can we be this rich in everything and still remain poor in everything? So that's all. But the politics of 2027 is done, dusted, gone. If Tinubu is alive, the issue of Trump coming to Nigeria, for what is he coming for? Nigeria is not in the radar. They only came there because there's some lobby here and there. Who knows? Who knows Nigeria? And also, there's another show up of America flexing their muscle that they are still in charge because these Chinese are all over Africa and all that. It's more than they're coming there is to tell everybody, stay away. We are still in charge of the world, and they hit that Sokoto area, and that's it. And Tinubu regime are very smart. If it takes to give them billion not to come, they will do it. So you are talking about somebody that can bribe or give out anything. So what are they coming for? And so I don't see all that coming up. Pansat can be tapping whatever is tapping on the section of oh, it's gone. It's a propaganda. And I think Pansat is a nationalist or Pan-African, but his mindset about Nigerian thing and this, it's our country that we're all supposed to be paying what is going on, but not on taking on each other. We just have bad leaders who don't see beyond their nose. If we have a good leader today, it's not difficult. We have all it takes. Youth of Nigerians are very eager to work. Nobody to put them to work. There's not, even if you tell them to do construction and pay them, they're ready to do anything. So it's not about, it's not, it doesn't take that much to understand that it's poor leadership and the people there, they are great. They don't even see. You guys think these people see? They're high 24/7. When you are high, you don't think straight. Those people, you are just seeing it like walking around like a ghost. They don't know what they are left to their right. If you have a country that people think straight, why how long they're saying that they're going to employ Nigerian youth, whether it's civil defense, whatever they do, immigrations, custom, police, and all that, to at least protect themselves. Now, they come with issue of state police. Now they are trying to, all is distraction, and it's on seriousness of the leaders. So whatever happened in 2027, we are all still going to be here, but I wish Nigerian can rise up and we can have a good leader that have basic amenities, road, stable electricity. In 21st century, Nigerians still have places that they cannot even have light. So in 21st century, where I don't understand. So and I'm not excited about ADC or all of those people, city boy, village boy. They're all distraction. We need a real leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I see if his hand is up. Yes, ma'am.
Uncle John, you said something. I didn't even think about the youth. And, you said something about them. The truth of the matter is this. Like you said, we have everything it takes to build our country. We do not have any business contracting all these foreign contractors to come and do roads for us. All of us, most of us live here in diaspora, maybe except Masca. How many times have you seen American go hire people from outside America to come and do a job? I have a friend that works in the transport this thing here in Georgia. He said they do all the work. They might contract the contractors within, but most of the time it will be the transport department will do the job, we do the roads, and not the outside contractors. So what I'm trying to say is that we have everything it takes to build our country. We do not have no business saying we are awarding contracts to John and John International or Mike and Mike, whatever, because it's just a way to siphon money. Is it the doctors that we don't have in our healthcare? In the hospital I work here, at least 20% of the doctors there are Africans, if not 30 or 40. Before you turn left and right, you hear somebody say, "Hi, how are you? Where are you from? What part of Africa are you from?" Is it nurses? Skilled workers? We have everything. All these plumbings and all that stuff. You call a plumber to do something that will not even take him or her maybe 30 minutes. He will charge you $200 or $150 and go. Just like that. Whether you like it or not. If you don't pay another person, you go get another, they will charge you the same thing. But our leaders, they don't want to create jobs. I was just reading on the internet where Tinubu said that he has created so how much jobs. And people were cursing him, show workings, no be church. Somebody said, oh yes, he created a job, kidnapping job. They were just saying all sorts of stuff. Where is the job? But you want people to pay tax. All of us here, we're not worried about, taxes. At least we have power, we have water, you have everything that you needed. Sometimes I get frustrated. I'm going to work, they're building roads. I'm like, not building, maintaining roads. I'm like, these people can, But because I know where I come from, I still have that mentality. I'm like, why can't they do this on a weekend? Why don't they do this when we are sleeping? Oh, why are they going to cause traffic? After sometimes I'll be like, oh, I know where I am from. I know the country I am living in. They are constantly maintaining roads. We don't maintain anything in Nigeria. They will build one road. You saw what the Edo State governor said that he built. He is courtesy of Ashiwaju, because that one cannot make one statement without calling Bola Tinubu the useless D7. Everything is Bola Ashiwaju, but Ashiwaju. Come and see the road. I'm not even a construction worker. There is no gutter. We don't have no drainage system in Nigeria. It's been raining here since yesterday. If you live in Georgia, it's been raining. If you go outside, you will not see the rain or flood because they have good drainage system. We don't have nothing. Huh? So what are we even talking about? All these students that are graduating every year, those that, very smart and very intelligent people, but they want to leave the country because they are not valued. My friend's brother, only thing you are telling him, he wants to leave the country. He wants to leave the country. Nobody wants to stay in Nigeria. The country you are going to, their people are not living. Anything you see done in this country, maybe construction, maybe Mexicans, but even if Mexicans are not here, Americans will do it. So when people like Wike, I will keep calling Wike, I hate to cuss him out, but he's one of the useless, and I will say that pardon me, useless minister. I call him a thief. Because when people come here and tell you, oh, they are building, he can tell us how much he has stolen so far. If there is no monetary gain, you will see these people buying for this position. It's all about how much they can steal. It's not what they can offer you. That's why you see somebody like Dave Umar will open his mouth and be vomiting nonsense. And just like AJ said, when you see them here, they behave like human beings. But once they get into the airplane, they go to the toilet, like he said, and change to their abada. Because nobody give a F about them here. My goodness, we have all what it takes to build that country. Look at Kuwait. Look at Dubai. What do they do differently? These are the people that were borrowing money from us in the 70s. We are lending them money. Look at where they are today. Now, somebody like Atiku, Dina Melayu, all of them, that's where they reside. Everybody's leaving Nigeria. You are stealing from our cities now, stealing from the country, and you're going to another country to develop that country. And you're telling me that these people, they have sense. Our president lives in France. Buhari lived in London. Going back and forth. You can't build one hospital. One. There is no one hospital. At the end of the day, they will all buy in London and they will bring them back and come and bury them. They don't buy in Nigeria. They always fly abroad. I saw Wike standing, I think one of his, is it a senator from his state, died in London. They just brought him either yesterday or 2 days ago, and Wike came to receive him. I looked at Wike, I said, very soon it will be your turn. This is life, it's turn by turn. But yes, it's turn
Okay.
by turn.
If I'm happy that you're raising all these issues, because sometimes when we discuss it, look as if someone is being unnecessarily antagonistic about what is going on in Nigeria. Dubai, as at 1980, was a desert. If you doubt me, go and look for the Dubai picture of 1980.
No, nobody's doubting you. We know that.
So I'm just saying that for those who want to say it's propaganda, 1980, nobody would have loved to go to Dubai because it was almost like you are living in desert. But today, we are all flocking to go to Dubai, to the point they are even denying us visa. And then you ask yourself, do these people have two heads? No. And then if you talk, some people tell you Rome was not built in a day, but it was not built also in 50 years. I mean, in 500,000 years.
Do we have to wait for 60 years before we start seeing?
Why do we need to reinvent the wheel? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to copy what is working for other people will work for us, because we are all human beings. Anyway, let me go to Masca. Masca will always have a different perspective, so let us hear from him.
Masca is collecting bribe from Wike.
I
know that one for sure.
What are you saying, KG? Why
No,
come with a different perspective?
Coming from different doesn't mean that I'm saying that you are coming to the bad side. You may be looking at it from a different angle. There are many sides to an issue. Okay. So the question now is some people have expressed concern that the village board cannot match what is going to go on. But I take it that the village board, the only reason why they are there is to help mobilize for the party at the village level, at the levels where big people cannot get to. Is that workable? And within the shortest time that the election is going to come, can this be successful? Because we'll have less than 6 months now.
Can you ask me?
Uzo.
I'm asking
We'll take you out to Uzo. You are disturbing the peace of the place. So what's the question now, KG?
Come on.
I'm listening to what you said, but you didn't put a question on top.
So AJ, you're jumping me.
Uzo, you I don't understand. Okay. Now the question is this: the village boys, they were formed, or they came together mostly to match what is going to come, and be able to organize the grassroots for the movement that is coming. That is the election. We have less than 6 months into the time of the election. Is this something that is practicable, and can they be able to match what they have been set up for? Is it possible? Do they have that cohesion? Do they have that ability to quickly, reorganize and organize themselves into a formidable force?
All right, thank you very much, KG. So my answer is in twofold. It's a yes and a no answer. Yes, I say yes because as an individual, as a person, philosophically, I will always respect people who will make an attempt to solve a problem, even if, it's like a house that is on fire. Even if you are going to come with only water inside the cup, I'm not the type to come and criticize you that why are you bringing water only inside the cup? What will this cup do for this house that is burning? I will not criticize you because, especially in a circumstance like this, the question is, what am I doing? If somebody is doing a village boy and I'm criticizing the person that is doing village boys, what am I doing to solve the problem? So in that regard, I would say yes. I will support the formation of the village boys. So that's the yes part of the answer. The no part of the answer is, so for the sake of argument or intellectual masturbation, so to speak, one would say, like a lot of people are saying, like in my mind also, like all this while, is it that you don't know that there will be election? So why is it now that you're just forming your own organization in reaction? I'm also not a reactionary person. Half of the things I've done in my life, I'd even written them somewhere. And every time I achieve something, I take it off. I have been trained as a child that this is the way to go forward. If we go to the farm, they give everybody his own portion and ask you, how do you plan to do this thing before so time? So that you can pace and plan yourself. It's not only you go to the farm in the morning and only at 11 o'clock you begin to carry your hoe. You know it's not going to be possible. You have to spin and spread yourself. They should know that there will be elections. These things that they are doing, it's not only when Tinubu do city board that now you now want to react late in the day and say you want to do village board. Okay, so that's one aspect for me to think that, oh no, it's not a good strategy to be reactionary. And secondly, I believe that Rudolph asked him a question. Okay, so you're doing city boy now, village boy for Peter Obi. Okay, as an opposition now, if Peter Obi doesn't get the ticket, then what happens to the city boys and village boys? He gave an answer that honestly, I sometimes it's just one has to have a lot of patience. Like you can't be at that level of power to say we will cross that bridge when we reach it. It's not a good answer, sincerely speaking. So these are all, like I said, academic discourse to analyze and paralyze about the village boys. But like I said, I think I cannot in good conscience sit and criticize that movement because they are doing something no matter how small. And you never can tell. You can't sit down and say, oh no, it's not going to succeed. But over and above, me, my take is that the real problem with Nigeria is like if he said, the real challenge is not about contesting elections. It's not about parties. But we as a people need to work together, need to mobilize ourselves. The people that are oppressing us, the people that are destabilizing the country are not really that much. They are not that smart. Like she said, we have everything to make this country work. But the human resource, the intellectual resource, the material resource, and the natural resource. I mean, for instance, if you're talking about the human resource, the sheer number of Nigerians as hands and legs is large enough. The intellectual resource, Nigerians also are well schooled, very well schooled. And I think somehow from our water in Nigeria, but across the divide, there seem to be some wells of intelligence that when you drink from it, when an average, there are some small kids that I saw their video, Nigerians. One is a mathematician, very intelligent people. We have solid intellectual powerhouse among us, whether it's in Nigeria or outside. And in terms of the material resource, Nigerians, we have a lot of money. If we are going to pull money together today, this country, we can battle any country. I can tell you that. The money is there inside our pockets. Okay? Even it's our government that is poor. Because I look at the budget of Nigeria, and I will put this challenge to all of us. Go and look at our 2026 budget, Nigeria, and go and check how much New York City budgeted for 2026. You know, but as people, as individuals, Nigerians are rich. We have not rich in that sense, but there is money. If we pull the money together, there's nothing we cannot do. We will battle this government. Their money that they are playing is sneaky money, you know. So I just want to say that I think we should support these village boys or anybody that is doing anything in his own way, not to criticize it, but of course, also as human beings, we should look at it and say, no, this is reactionary and it's not a smart way to go about it. And my conclusion, like I said, is to piggyback on what Ife said. Nigeria as a country, as a people, we have everything it takes to build this country. All we have to do is to mobilize ourselves. That's all. Thank you, Kate. Sorry, if you are raising hand.
Okay, if you let's hear you before welcome.
Yeah, let me say something right quick. What my brother said about budget, New York budget and Nigeria budget. The problem is not even the budget. The one for the past 3 years, I think they reshuffled Tinubu reshuffled her cabinet due to the budget, they budgeted in the last 2-3 years. They haven't done anything, but they are still asking for more money. Is that not corruption? We don't even need to be doing budget anymore because the ones that they have budgeted in the past, what have they done with the money? All of you were here when I asked you, tell me one thing you can say that this is what our president has done for us. All the billion. Where is the billion? Instead, they keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. How much money can you take? How much money can you have? It's not your money. You did not work for it. So it breaks my heart when they talk about okay, they budgeted how many billions for healthcare, and they released, the only thing we saw was 36 million, meaning that each state we have 1 million. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, that's the way I look at it. Each state 1 million naira. You're not even talking about dollar. And you're telling me that this is a country where you see future. A country that can't even repair a classroom. You see some of these students, you said the leaders of our tomorrow, future. And these pupils are sitting down on the floor, learning. The first time I came to this country, over 20 years ago, my uncle, I went with his wife to pick his children. Do you know I started crying? Why was I crying? The only thing I was asking his wife, auntie, is this school? If she said, of course, all of us live in diaspora. I was shocked. I said, here? This is school. Everywhere carpeted. They're not asking that you must buy this book or you must buy this handout. I went to school here. I went to school in Nigeria, and I can tell the difference. No comparison. Where somebody must mandate you to buy a handout. If you don't buy a handout, you will fail that course. Nobody has ever sold anything. They put out the textbook, you go and buy, or they put out the handouts in a PowerPoint, you print it out and study, you pass. Nobody has ever threatened us. If you don't buy this handout, you will fail. And we still, praising these people. We don't need no more budgets in Nigeria. The ones we have budgeted for the last 3.5 years, let us see. Look at Malami. You see how much they are even calling. I can't even pronounce the number. I can't read it. 1%. Houses. How many houses? Come on.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm not going to say any more things.
Thank you so much, Ify. I'm very grateful for your contribution. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Maazi Okpara, Mr. Oti, Mr. Benson. You are welcome. Let's hear from Uzo, who is the Uzo of this program. His friends are... Uzo, do you have friends in the village boy or the city boy? Which one do you have friends?
I have friends with the city boy. I don't have friends with the village boys.
Okay, so
okay,
what
the issue is that...
Give us into what is really a plan, because you can't just wake up.
Good night, everybody. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Nice talking.
Thank you so much, Master. We're so very grateful. Thank you. All right. Yes, also, I don't know why you're calling me.
Because I'm okay now. All right.
There's a lot of information. Your TV is on or radio is on. Please try and switch it off so that we can maximize the audio. All right. Once you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, now I will say this. I don't have any problem with the village boys, but that's considered as a counter group from Obedience. if I were them, I could have stayed with obedient to make it a force the way he was between 2023 down, forming like a village boys right now. Secondly, they wake up too late. City boys have been for since 2023 election. Some people, you know what it is. City boy movement after 2023 election. All right. People wake up because they see Obi Kubana and Gunachi join. The City boy movement have been over for over, I know few guys that be in City boys movement after 2023 election. So they have been preparing after the election for 2027. Now, Obi Kubana and the Gunachi stand is then could join. That's when it become, everyone now know it. All right, everyone now know it. But the underground stuff have already been done. If you watch Volunteer Ozibo interview recently, it tells you that even Tinubu will win his polling unit. Yes, an APC. He was saying that Tinubu they already do the underground one. Everybody coming and telling you that Tinubu is going to lose the election. The person is not telling the truth because, like,
no, let me stop you there. You see, this is what you put. I really, make some of us who ask the question look as if we're on one side. Tinubu didn't win the election, the last one. So why are you so certain that he's going to win the election?
For you, no, I didn't win. Wait, for you, didn't win. For some people, you won.
Let me frame my question. Is he going to win the election because he's going to be so popular that people will go and vote for him? Or is he going to win the election because he has people in place who will now be able to make sure that he gets all the vote needed? How is he going to win the election?
We know that election Nigerians are all rigs. All right. Whether risk or no rig, win the decline winner. That's what I mean. All right. That's what I mean. Whether rig or anyhow, he's going to get it. You know that election in Nigeria, tell me election in Nigeria that have been perfect. They are all from Obasanjo to now. Everybody rig election, but they call them winners. All right. So that's what I'm coming from. But my point is this: the City Boy movement, because they have to ingest somebody like Obi Kubana and chief priests to make you louder. The women have been in Imo State since after 2023 election. All right. They have done underground work all to the community level already. All to the community level. Some of the head of the communities are all City Boys already. They already done the underground work. So they counter village boy, they could channel that energy to obedience, make it a force. People know obedience already. Make it more forth. Make it a reason why people should trust them. All right? Trust them more so that they can make a statement. They can make a heavy statement coming to 2027. But if village boys on, that one I just say, for me, Maazi Ezeoke, he didn't go well on this one. He could have think about it before he even dive into calling for a village master. He can think about it very, very carefully because the same person you are like. I was talking to my friend today. Now you remember that Obi Kubana or Kubana chief priests are bad people. But when he was doing his accounting, he's not a bad person. Now he joined the City Boy movement, he become a bad person. That's how we Nigeria are. Because it's not going well for you, the other person become a bad person. When it's going well for you, the government is good. When it's not going well for you. Because there's some people, remember Cremado. We all know Amaito Cremado. He's in jail now. So nobody wicked himself can be in the same shoe tomorrow. If a Cremado can be in jail today, if they tell him if they tell a Cremado in his entire world that he's going to spend years in jail, he will tell you that the Reverend for ourselves, not even pass through seminary. But today, where he is. So it's like that. So everything that any plant that man sowed, it shall reap. It may not be now. It may not be some reap their own now. Some are reaping right now. Before, used to say before. All right, but now some people are reaping their own as they are still alive. All right, they are reaping their own as still alive because the game is changing. So as if everybody is saying here, Nigeria need to come together. But with the hand we are going. Coming together, what I see in Nigeria is social medias. My place say
Okay, so my question to you, and if you can make it quickly, I'll be happy. So, are you satisfied that the international community sees Nigeria the leadership as a drug barrel-led leadership. People who are involved in drug. Just like the journalist said, your president forfeited over $500,000 to America, and you still want that person to lead you? That's what they asked.
Nobody will satisfy seeing their leader, such a situation. All right. Sometimes in my workplace, they bring something about Nigeria. Sometimes they know me. I'll just do my ears. I didn't even hear them. I do like my ear is blocked. I didn't even hear them. All right. So nobody will like his country to be on the forefront for bad things. That also will speak well. People will look at you somehow also. It cannot avoid it. People look at you being in Nigeria somehow. So nobody, Tinubu being a drug dealer or not drug dealer, he speak like, I tell you, speak like, I don't know what to, but it's not something that somebody can, it doesn't sound good on a normal person that the president is a former drug dealer. It doesn't sound good at all. So the drug will be free in the country. That's what that implies. So
All right.
for me, it's not. It's no. But
Thank you.
Let me finish. Let me just say this: if we do our underground work well, Tinubu can be defeated. But the issue, we are not doing underground work. We don't want to hijack it at boom. It's not. It can't just pull it off like that. There will be underground work, which most people are waiting to do that. If you go back to a Valentine Ozibo interview, the guy had an APC, but it tells you everything you need to know. How Nigeria, tell everything how they were spending money. It tell you everything you need to know. So that's just me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
I say, how can you prove that just because a bullion van goes into a person's house and comes out that there is money inside?
Maybe because people said it was vote buying by Tinubu. Tinubu himself said, I gave money to the people. You know he said that?
Yes, I also give money
when
to
people.
people
When you give money
myself.
to people would say that's vote buying. Rich politicians give
No, he doesn't
money.
give money to people on election day, but he helps people.
But people at the time said it was vote buying. Do you agree with that?
Who are the people?
You said,
No, I never said that.
ostensibly, I can't believe you still keep walking into this. You said it was done ostensibly for vote buying. Do you agree with Daniel Bwala or not? Please don't lift up a glass of water.
Okay. I just needed to play that because individuals maybe in the comment section I'm not taking side with anybody. I mean, some of you so you can't even see what is going on in the world. You just come with biases. Nobody's. I'm not living in Nigeria, so not that I'm going to influence the decision of those who are on ground. So please spare us, okay? Nobody is here trying to say whether Tinubu shouldn't win or should win. The country is all ours. If it does well, everybody will enjoy. If it doesn't do well, now me and your relatives then go to slaughter every day. If that's what you want, keep at it. All right, I won't say that. Thank you, Uzo. And Tony, do you want to allow Okpara go or you want to speak?
Let Okpara go. Let Okpara go. And Oti.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, KJ, and thank you, Maazi Tony. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you very well. Maazi Oti, thank you. Yeah, I came in very late. I think I listened to Maazi Ezeoke for only about 10 minutes. And I had people ask him questions and he was trying to be political correct. Maazi Ezeoke is a political jobber, even though some people see him as a good person, but I see him as a political jobber. I remember when he opened Njenje Media newly. Njenje Media only concentrated on bringing Ninas. I think Ninas, what is this called? This guy, the owner of Ninas now, Barrister Tony Njenje, yeah, of Lower Niger Congress. He was there every week, threatening how to boycott Nigeria, how to dismiss Nigeria, how to bring down the government, force majeure. Maazi Ezeoke was every week hosting that man. So now when Maazi Ezeoke saw that, oh, if I switch to Obi, or I will have more influence in Nigeria, he turned off his microphone from Nadi, Tony Nadi, who was also making some kind of, like he was like kind of Nandi kind of somehow, because what he was talking was almost what Nandi kind of was talking, but he was not really kind of saying, okay, let us go our separate ways like Nandi Kanu. But he was also saying, things that were other Nigerians were not happy with. Now, this guy has turned his microphone to become a mouthpiece for obedience and this and that. Give him another 4 years, he will switch off somewhere else. This is how they become very prominent in Nigeria. They are inconsistent. They are moving here and there, looking for political jobs. That is the way I see that young man. He was talking about confederation, which I also I supported. I have said it here. The only way we can have peace in Nigeria is let us at least have a quasi confederation whereby every geopolitical zone will look like a quasi country, so we can manage our affairs. You cannot bring people who have we don't have one value system, we don't have one culture, we don't have nothing, and you think that democracy will work in this kind of society. It's not going to work. I've said it here several times. P2B can contest for 100 times. P2B will never become the president of Nigeria. No Igbo man will become the president of Nigeria. No, the way Nigeria is constructed. I was listening to what they call it, Lai Mohammed on Obilo, Edmond Obilo, a few days ago. He said even if P2B had 10 million votes, he wouldn't have become the president of Nigeria. He said it, Lai Mohammed. Even P2B had 10 million votes, nobody would have allowed him to become the president of Nigeria. This is what he said. And you guys didn't pick that thing. Didn't understand where he was coming from. That means he was telling you whether P2B had the majority votes in Nigeria, he wouldn't have been allowed to become the president of Nigeria. And that's how it is today. If you are an Igbo man believing that P2B will come and win presidential election in 2027, that means we don't understand the way Nigeria is constructed. These people are the so-called elites in Igbo land. They are living in denial. I was watching with one professor on Arise television a few days ago. He's a Yoruba man. He was telling Charles, it was on prime time, Arise. He was telling that we are not one people, that we are not one. Nigeria cannot work the way Nigeria, is constructed. He's telling you that Yoruba is different from Igbos. This was few days ago on Arise television. Doctor, I think somebody, I don't know how to pronounce his name. This man, he was telling the Charles Anogro what exactly should be done to Nigeria. That Nigeria should be divided into many states, into many geopolitical zones, or make it at least 8 states within states. And this was live. Nobody arrested him. Nobody asked him why he's saying this. And this is not the first time this man is saying this. You will never see an Igbo man who will come and proudly tell you where we are today. They will be telling you all this, running around like a snake without head. P2B will come and go, and another Igbo man will come and go. This thing we are looking for, we can't get it unless we restructure Nigeria, make it constitutional. That Igbo man, or to make it constitutional, rotational presidency. That's the only way we can, smear that as rock. Apart from that, we cannot. And finally, because I will log in now, I will log off, sorry. And finally to that young man, let them start city boy or what they call it now, village boy. This election has been already declared the winner. put it, put it down today. By the grace of God, another 12 months, we are coming here to analyze the election. This election is already done. It's already done. If you cannot defeat Tinubu then, when he was not the president, are you going to defeat him now that he has everything in his hands? Let us be honest with ourselves. P2B is a good person, fine. But I've said this the last time. P2B is not the best of Igbo. If Igbo was a sovereign state, P2B will find it difficult to be elected as a president of Igbo people. The same thing, Tinubu. If Yoruba was a sovereign state today, Tinubu wouldn't have become the president of Yoruba land. The same thing with Buhari. The whole thing is that the construct called Nigeria is very, very elusive. Unless we are not here to tell ourselves the truth. Let us talk about restructuring Nigeria. Let us see how the power will be taken out from Abuja and give it back to geopolitical zones or states. That's the only way we can move forward. Otherwise, we are living in denial. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maazi Okpara. Thank you for your, I would have loved to ask one or two questions, but let me go ahead and hear from Ife. Ife, what do you have to say? And you have 2 minutes.
So, I've said this on this channel before. I don't think democracy will work for us. We have to sit down and discuss, at this point, because this is not working. You can't keep copying somebody because this is what the Westerners, what they gave us, and that's what we're practicing. But they're doing their own in a correct way, but we are not. As diverse as Nigeria, we have about 250-something ethnic groups, right? Like Mr. Maazi, good evening. I've said it over and over again. This issue of election, like he said, we can divide this into 5 geographical, or if you want to do northern and southern, we don't have to be doing election between northern and southern. If after Tinubu, who is a southerner, then during the next election cycle, we give it to the north. We don't need to participate. They just go contest the election and bring us the president. All these things we are doing, not 8 years. They must do their 8 years. It's not going to take us anywhere. If you want to, like you said, distribute power into 5 geographical areas, that's fine. Let these people produce a president. Then when it is the turn of these people, they will give us. And I don't think we'll be fighting about who Igbo will never be a president in this country. Hausa will never. It will reach everybody. When it gets to the turn of the southerner, they will give us president. That is their business, whoever they give us. That's who will be the president of the whole country. But as long as we are still under this so-called democracy, amalgamation of northern and southern, by Lord Lugard, who does not have no business joining us together. I hate to say this. Of course, a lot of you know where I belong to. Because this is not working. This marriage called Nigeria, it is not working. We need to file for divorce. So
okay.
Here every day we are deceiving ourselves, honestly speaking.
Okay.
Sorry. Finally, I have to log out now because so please, the issue, you mentioned about Dubai. Have you asked yourself why Dubai is developed, or why Malaysia is developed, or why Japan is developed, or why Holland is developed, why other countries are developed? Even look at these countries that moved away from Yugoslavia. Go to Croatia, go to Slovenia, go to Montenegro, go to Serbia, go to all these places. You see massive development because now they have gone to their separate ways. They have now one culture, one value system, one tradition. They can agree and disagree. That is how a country is developed. You cannot bring these different people who have nothing in common together and expect development. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. We don't hate ourselves, but the problem is the Nigeria. We don't hate ourselves. Yorubas don't hate Igbos. Igbos don't hate Yorubas. But the problem is that we are fighting for survival. Or Yorubas are fighting for survival, which is very, very right. Hausas are fighting for survival, for preservation. You just are the same thing. That is where the problem is not you and me, not Yoruba, not Fulani. The problem is that we are forced into a society, one enclave that we are not comfortable with. Dubai was developed because one people, one ethnic nationality, one religion, they said enough is enough. We don't want to be, they invite people who can develop those things. They invite, in fact, you know that Germany developed, Dubai. Most of the hotels, most of the companies who are there were built by Germans because they agreed to say, let us develop our land. Today, where are we? We are nowhere. Let's forget it. Let's stop this thing and make sure that we come together as one people and decide our future. Our future is not in this enclave, in this concentration that British forced all of us together. Thank you and God bless you. Bye-bye from here.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Sorry, excuse me. Mazaba, don't go yet. Don't go yet. I have a problem with you. Sorry, I have to say I'm not in a good mood, and I'm not going to pretend about it. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm bored to death.
Well, we're responsible for your mood, right? Because
sorry,
are we responsible for your not being in a good mood?
Oh, partly.
Why?
Okay,
why?
now, hold on. Just sorry. Don't ask me the question. I mean, let me just get to the point. Right. First of all, let me start with this because so that maybe Mazapara can also leave. It's not the first time you've said this. Mr. Peter B is not the best Igbo man, whatever. Okay, and the first time you said it, you weren't able to name a better Igbo person. Okay, somebody better than that you think is better. So really, what is the problem? So he's the one now, okay? He's raising his head above the parapet. If you don't want to support him, then don't support him. But for you to be making the statement, making a claim, bogus claim, you can't substantiate it. You have no basis for it. You can't name any person that's better than him. So why make such statement? Sometimes, look, I don't know. Let's just try and have some. Do you have? Yes. Can you answer the question? Okay, name one person you think is better than him. I'm not holding green for him, but I hate to listen to hear people express opinions that are downright, dumb and ill-informed. It aches me. I can't stand it, and I find it funny. So you may not like a person, but that's okay. You don't have to like him. Don't have to vote for him. Don't have to, approve of his politics. But leave him alone. There are people that support him. Okay, sorry.
Are you asking the question, or
he can answer it. He can as well go to bed. He can't answer the question. There's no point. Now, so let me go ahead.
I think I'm supportive of what
I can answer it, please, because I have to log out.
Yes. Okay. Tell me. Who do you think is the best person?
Mishoti. I said it and I'm repeating it again.
Oh, tell me the person who is better than
P2B is not the best of Igbos. If we excuse me, listen to me very carefully. Don't be emotional here. Don't be sentimental.
I'm not emotional. I'm not sentimental. I'm just being.
Of course
fair.
you are.
I'm just being.
Of course you are. Please.
Emotional. I'm not emotional. I'm firm. And okay, go ahead.
Maazi Ezeoke, please. Let me tell you. I said before, and I repeat myself. P2B, I said, if today Igbo land is a sovereign state, P2B shouldn't be our first, choice.
So
there are many Igbos who are better than P2B.
Like who?
Like who?
Yeah.
For example,
like who?
For example, yes, I can be better than him.
Like who?
If people will allow him to talk, he'll tell you now. Look, now let him talk. Okay. All right, go.
I see, let me tell you, I see Professor Professor Omogalo as a very good person, if given a chance, if Igbo is a sovereign state. I see,
from my town.
excuse me, I know what I'm saying. You know, I can mention even Sama Amadi, Dr. Sama Amadi, as people who can challenge, be better than P2B.
You're not saying the truth.
No, now you guys are lying talk. When you finish,
no, you're not saying the truth. No.
No. KJ, I think we should have to let Maazi Ezeoke go. He just made his that is his view. We're not going to behead him for his views.
Excuse me. I have my right to say that I am not for P2B. You are for P2B. I'm not for P2B, and I've said it severally, and I will repeat. If today Igbo land is a sovereign state, P2B cannot be the fourth candidate. I said it and repeat it.
But he was the first man upon that stage.
You are making a categorical statement. You can't prove it. You are not sure of that. You can't prove it. It's your view. But don't say can't. You are not God. You don't.
Tony, I know where you guys are coming from. All of you, I know where you're coming from.
You don't demean. Hold on. Don't demean somebody because you don't like him or you don't believe in him. You can't say can't. What do you know about Obi?
Okay,
what do you know about Obi?
Let's say could. Let's say could. Okay. Let's say could. But let me tell you, finally, the problem that we here, we Igbos, we don't want to, solve our problems. We discuss something randomly. Let me repeat myself and I log off. If today we have Igbo sovereign country, somebody like P2B could have it, coming up as a presidential candidate. P2B could have a lot of challenge, opponents that will bring that will settle the matter very, very well.
I think we've heard enough of this. Mogalo contested. Mogalo, hold on. Mogalo contested for election. He didn't even come up to 18th position. He failed woefully. And you're talking about somebody who contested an election and won. Go and ask. Hold on. No. Don't push nonsense on this platform.
No. You know one thing with obedience. When somebody has his own opinion, you guys will pull him down. You guys will pull him down. I've said it several times.
What is your basis? What you are not establishing? Listen, your logic is standing on his head. Your logic is standing on his head.
It is not.
Both of them have contested election. If you want to use election as your basis, both of them have contested an election. Mogalo ran. What was the result?
Okay.
The Mogalo that you're promoting.
Thank you, Mr. Hold on, gentlemen.
The issue that you guys, P2B have said it at a
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Right. Okay.
Hold on, sweetheart, hold on. Now, if people are allowed to have the opinion, please understand this program. That he has said it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. So let us stop, trying to chew people down. That's his opinion. He's entitled to it.
Yeah. No. Hold on. Some opinions.
Hold on. Since I've been coming to this program, you have never spoken well of Nnamdi Kanu. But I'm one of Nnamdi Kanu.
Me?
Yes, now. You didn't believe in division.
Excuse me. I don't know why people have the tendency of kind of mischaracterizing me, misquoting me. I've never.
Okay. Sorry if I misquoted you, but I think that's your
point. Listen. I never had to speak, badly about him. Okay. Now, if you understand, oh God, I've never spoken well of him. Why do you think so? What makes you think so?
No problem. It's not our topic for today. I misunderstood.
No, it's not our topic. You see, if you ask
no,
him,
I don't want to divert again. Let's just go ahead with the discussion.
Okay.
Make your point. You have the mic.
Okay, my point. You see, and okay, before I make my point, I know because Tony is here. I mean, there was a time he expressed the view that challenging people is not part of what is maybe what the platform is for. People have to come and express their express their views or their opinions, regardless how worthless such opinions may be. As what we've just had Maazi Opara spoiled. So I'm not really interested in. I want to kind of for people to say things that are meaningful, that we advance our cause. We're not just here talking for the sake of talking, right? Sometimes that's why I said I'm bored to death. Okay. Now, for example, if this issue of city boys, now, at least people that are involved in it, city boys or village boys, they are doing something. Okay. And you think the election has been won. So if the election has been won, if that is your attitude and your understanding, it beggars belief. Then why are you coming here? I mean, to engage in discussion. What's the point? What's the purpose? Are we are in the kind of interested in what we are engaged in the discourse? We have a goal, we have an objective, or is it just kind of a pointless exercise? You don't have anything else to do. And that's not my understanding of of this platform. I mean, I would have thought people come here because they're interested in their country, in the progress, in the cause of their country. Because Nigeria, our country, whether you like it or not, that's the only country we have now. We may not believe in Nigeria, and I, for one, I'm not saying that I believe in Nigeria. But for now, look, you have to work with what you have, right? That's how the world works. You have to be realistic. I mean, there's no point having utopian and baseless utopian dreams. You got to be real, okay? We may not like Nigeria. I'm in that position, but that is what we have now, and we have to, from where we are, perhaps move to a better place. Okay. Now, city boys and village boys. These are people doing something. Okay, what they believe in. It doesn't matter how they come to their belief. If you don't like what they're doing, well and good. Okay, and I mean, there's no point actually kind of castigating them. All right, if you think they're not doing well, okay, you might as well start your own, or maybe join them and help the cause. Unless you don't believe there is a cause that is worth fighting for all of us. Okay, if you don't believe, then they come here and waste their time and waste everyone's time, right? So, Maazi Ezeoke, Opara said he's a jobber, political jobber, and so what? He's a decent gentleman. He's a professional. He's good in what he does. Okay, so, and he's supporting a man he believes in a candidate. What is wrong with that? They're supporting a candidate.
Can I ask you a question, Oti? Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
When somebody like as respectable as Maazi Ezeoke comes here,
yes,
and veers off and start making a mistake, nobody's infallible, and he's talking about things he doesn't know. For example, who's killing who in Nigeria? If in Benue Plateau it's determined that Benue Plateau people are not killing themselves, and then when people are killed in Igbo land, he has not laid a foundation to say, okay, I've made a search, I've done a research, and I've determined who's doing the killing, right? He hasn't laid a foundation. Now, he may be good in other things. For example, I give him credit for 2023, right? He was on ground and he did a good job. But there's no denying it. For example, right now, he's interviewing a guy called Njenje, a useless guy called Njenje, right? I've dealt with
Njenje, okay. Yeah, I think they're Njenje or something they call him.
To be on point, and I think you're going long. We like when I get on this platform, I do want to speak so I could get out. I don't stay all day, right? So what I'm saying to you, KJ,
Dr. Damages, is that when we bring people here who are going to put down our tribe, a mighty Igbo tribe, right? And you say that we're killing ourselves. It's not in our culture or mores to kill ourselves, right? So you have the Nigerian government killing people in our side of the country because we just want to worship and respect celebrities, somebody like him, because he's trying to get the Hausa votes and the Fulani votes. Every vote in Nigeria.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't agree with you. I don't I don't agree with that view. Now, because I know where you're going. Now, for example, this maybe are you again, we have to be honest ourselves, okay? I mean, this kind of self-delusion, I don't think it is in any way helps us or serves any benefit to us. Now, the killing or the kind of crime, let's call it crime, forget about in Igbo land, right? There's no denying the fact that how people get involved in criminalities, right? And we have to condemn that. And you see, for example, maybe in Anambra State, remember one professor Denkalo kind of did a research into this and came to some conclusion, right? In other words, identified the culprits. So this again is a fact.
Who were I was here at the show. Who did he identify?
No, I wasn't. I'm not talking about. Listen, I wasn't in this show. I didn't listen to him, but I think I've had in this question about killing or criminality in Igbo land.
It's not criminality. Hold on. Let's have our definitions right. Going and killing people or genocide or Christian persecution, it's not just criminality. It's not like a thug or somebody who wants to steal somebody's money and they kill them. That's totally different from people getting eliminated, massacred due to their tribe. The Nigerian government is preoccupied with killing people who are not.
But that is not in Igbo land, is
it? Hold on.
All right, I think you guys are taking us away from the.
Yeah, no. KJ,
you're taking too long to address this.
2 more minutes, and I'm out of here. What I want to do is people like Ezeoke, who I have respect for, right? I like the guy. He's okay, but he doesn't speak for us. He's not elected. He has no office.
But who speaks for us? Anybody you can speak for us. I mean, you express your opinion at least. So really, it's not an issue whether he speaks for us or not.
Yeah, hold on. Oti, relax. I'm almost done here. What I'm saying to you is that he's not infallible. We can correct him. He does a lot of good work. But you cannot come on public television and say that we're killing ourselves. Igbos are the smartest people in the world. I'm talking about both Oyibo and anybody else. The Yorubas can't hold a candle to us. We don't kill ourselves.
Igbos do that too. So what are you saying that
Listen to me. I'm not saying Igbos don't commit crime. That's not what I'm saying. Igbos are not that stupid to go killing themselves. I want you to get that through your head now. Igbo is not just Anambra State. If you want to speak for your people there in Anambra State, you speak for your people. There are a lot of Igbos. There are Igbos further east who are not happy, right? I told him here, when your people, Juku, for example, when I got us into a war, we fought from the southeast. We came over there and were unhappy, and we took over Benin, Edo, all those people in one day. I made them a republic. August 9th, 1967. It's 2 battalions from Aba that did all that. So now, when you have Nnamdi Kanu who come from, because you guys there in Anambra State, and Dr. CM is a friend of mine, and he's from over there, you're not the only Igbos, right? You got other Igbos that are not happy having the Yorubas take over that country, ruining it, and you come here talking about nonsense instead of finding a way for us to take back our country that we can take over the country. The Yorubas are no match to us. So when I say that, you're gonna jump up, but it's the truth. We're gonna take over that country. And we're gonna do it fast. And one day we're gonna take it over. So when you have another guy who's fighting, who is in custody, even if he did something wrong, what you do as his brother is to talk to Umunna, talk to us. Don't come on TV and insulting Nnamdi Kanu and then
no. So, excuse me. Look, I can assure you the generality of Ndibo We have done that, okay? Look, see, at least in public, okay? Even if you're going to criticize him, it's not going to be in the public. So please don't, so please, and for that, nobody is infallible. Yes, I agree. And, yourself included in all of us. So, but
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Don't
no, hold on. Sorry.
In those.
All of us,
on a serious note, OT, listen, it's your turn. I'm going to give it back to you now. But what I'm saying to you is this. We're not going to be a respecter of anybody if Maazi Ezeoke comes here talking nonsense about Nnamdi Kanu or the Igbos that were killing ourselves. I'm not
he doesn't do that.
Okay, he did do that. He shouldn't do that. He's not a bad actor. He's a good actor. He's doing a good job. But what I want to tell you today, you people there in Anambra State and Enugu State, you are not the only Igbos, okay? You have that in your mentality.
Hold on, sorry, excuse me. This is warped thinking. I mean, what? Okay. You are the one that is kind of making this division, Anambra, Imo, whatever. Where is that coming from?
Where you think that you can just talk about the Igbos anyhow you like.
No. But where is it coming from? This divisiveness.
Well,
who does it help?
That's what I'm saying. What's the genesis of the division? If he comes here and is insulting one of our sons that's in custody unfairly, right? That the whole world respects, that's done a lot of work, and that's who you want to talk about. Why?
No, how did he insult him? If I may ask you, how did he insult MNK?
He insulted him by saying that IPOB are killing. Will you listen? I want you to listen. He's saying that IPOB are killing Igbos and killing themselves. That is not true. You're gonna have to do
that is not insult against Maazi Kanu anyway. Even if he said that.
Well,
it's not an insult. You see, so Pastor, I respect you, but it doesn't mean that everything you do or say is agreeable. It's something that I can promote. But I think none of us is infallible. So we are human beings. We have to build each other up and learn from each other.
Let's move on. We're not making progress. I want making progress. Let's move on. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Is he gonna speak forever? Anyway. Is OT gonna speak forever? You got a lot of people here. Why don't we move it up, mix it up here?
Yeah, but you are the one who have been keeping him now. You see,
exactly.
Yeah, you are the one making him talk all this while now.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
So, okay. So what is? I think there was something else. I was saying something really before.
Back to that. Let's move on, Tony.
No, but hold on. Look.
Yeah.
My time.
Yes, let's hear Tony, bros, if you don't mind, Mr. Oti, just hang on.
Yeah, I disagree entirely with my friend Maazi Ezeoke, because there's a way you communicate that can give a very, very wrong impression. Communication is important, the way you communicate, because he was making a categorical statement and he doesn't have the fact. They asked him pointed questions he couldn't answer. Okay. Now, that's not the first time he's peddling, he's spewing, he's entitled to his views. I respect it. But even in doing that, when you make a categorical statement, you are suggesting that you have facts to back up what you're saying. And he didn't show any fact. It was just kept on. So for me, there was no logic in what he was saying. Now, someone like, because let me give you my reasons why. I have listened to David Lawal, former secretary to the federal government in Buhari's regime, an APC stalwart. And when they were asking him about the 2023 presidential election, he said categorically, forget about the ruling of, Supreme Court and so on and so forth. He said categorically, based on the facts that he has, Tinubu did not win the election. And he said, P2B won the election. He said it. And we have also heard PDP stalwarts say the same thing, that the votes that were allotted to him were less than what, they didn't give him his actual, vote. We know that. We know that. But let us leave that aside. The Supreme Court has ruled, and we're moved on. So, but that's an Igbo man who they said didn't have a platform, didn't have who they demeaned and so on for people tweeting. But he singularly, within just 1 year, did something that the Oni of Ife called tsunami. Did something that Fayose has kept on, a Yoruba person, a PDP person, and someone who is who I mean, votes for the president, says that's not someone that you can demean. That's not someone in the political equation of Nigeria. I mean, we heard that repeatedly. He said it on TVC. He said it on Arise. But so if I see someone like Maazi, Okpara, saying what he's saying, he's not speaking from an empirical. There's no empiricism in what he's saying. It's not fact. It's not based on fact, because the person he talked about, Peter Obi, got one in all the southeastern states. That shows that they support him. They believe in him. Now, the person that he is talking about, that he mentioned when they put his feet on fire, how many votes did he get when he ran for presidency? Because he has run. What did he score? How many votes did he score? So we have to be speaking on facts, not on hate or something. And I think
we call it opinion.
Yes, and it's unfortunate to hear that kind of a thing from my friend, Papa. Because for me, I don't think that it was an opinion. There's something else that is behind, his pontification. That's why I'm sorry. That's why, but because this is a platform. Please, yes, we have our biases and so on and so forth. And we show it openly here. But when we are speaking on facts, we are not talking. There are no children here. We are speaking facts, and you should be able to, substantiate. We're not saying to convince anybody or to win anybody to our side, but as much as possible, if you are making a suggestion, this is what I think. Nobody's going to persecute you for what you think. If you're saying that, this is my opinion, and that's well taken. But to say the kind of thing that he's saying is not an opinion. That's where I fault him, and that's why I disagree entirely with him. That's one. Two, I have said here that I don't have hope. With what I say, I don't believe in this system. I have said that. But to present a picture that an Igbo man can never become president, I disagree with that totally. Because one, he's not God. Two, he's not a clairvoyant. He doesn't have a crystal ball. So I don't know the basis upon which he's speaking. And when they asked him again, why are you saying these things? You don't. If you say that's my opinion, it's a difference. Nobody's going to challenge it. But if you are making such a categorical statement because someone else has said it, then there's something. So I think we should watch some of the things that we say here. I don't think he's fair. I don't think he's on point, even though I respect his position. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Madam, I'm sorry, Maazi Benson Emmanuel. What says?
Good evening once more again.
Thank you for your
KJ,
Uno
mesiri n'ụlọ ọzọ ka ọ gịnị?
I thought PM was here before Benson.
Before you,
man. No,
hold on now. Benson be here before. Go ahead. If you just give me some minutes, later.
If I make it, I would have said.
You see, today that Mr. Opera, I disagree with what he was saying. What he said, I totally disagree. I think he was talking in the spirit of IPOB or something like that, like in Nandekano also. You see, when you come to leadership, what makes a country to grow so much is about corruption. If the person ruling the country is less corrupt, the country can move forward. Like what is happening in many countries, like Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, Namibia, Botswana, all those who've got zero tolerance to corruption. So that's what is driving them. And in Igbo land today, if you're talking about people, at least first of all, you have to call Obi. Obi is less corrupt, you know. So when you you can't say that Obi is no Obi cannot win election, Obi cannot win Igbo, Obi cannot win election Igbo. That's lie, complete lie. You see. So for Nigeria, I think the biggest problem Nigeria have is corruption, impunity. All along, nobody has been all the whole people that have been all the whole these ministers, all these people that have served the country, no one is in jail. That's the problem. The impunity in Nigeria is too much, and that's why the country cannot move forward. Then you come to talk about okay, for example, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Japan, you don't see who is a minister even. It's difficult for you to see a minister who is a minister going with a convoy or going with that or going with it's difficult. In Namibia, last 3 years, there was a corruption by some ministers. There are about 3 ministers who were involved in fish corruption. And you know, up to today, since that year up to now, they are still in jail. They have not even go for trial. They are still in jail. And nobody can give them bail. But in Nigeria, such a thing cannot happen. That's the problem Nigeria have. All the whole people that have ruled us, even the ministers, governors, and even those in below them, all of them are so corrupt. Nobody can be taken to court. Even if you take them to court, the court will release them. Nigeria court is corrupt. The judiciary is corrupt. The legislators are corrupt. The presidency is corrupt. And again, I ask people, who is ruling Nigeria, by the way? Who is the one ruling Nigeria? Is it Tinubu is not ruling Nigeria? I think either the wife and the Badiabia and some of them are the one ruling Nigeria. It's not Tinubu. We saw Tinubu before the election, how he was falling from down from. Is it such a person that is very, very sick that is ruling Nigeria? It's just the wife. The wife is the one ruling that country, and that is why the country is like where it is today. Because the wife is even more corrupt than the man himself. So that is where we are. Now, even those that are talking about this election we are going to have. Election, Tinubu is in charge of the INEC, Tinubu in charge of judiciary, Tinubu in charge of everything, police. The election has not started. ADC cannot have even come in a meeting. Anywhere the ADC want to meet, they bring up their talks and they destroy that place. So who is going to make this? And in case even the election start, we saw what happened last time. How they were carrying votes, how they were carrying the buses of the votes. It's still going to happen now, and many people will die in this election, and many people will not come out. So for me, the best thing we can do, if the citizens want, let them want. People should not come out to vote, or if they want to come and vote, let everybody carry gun or knife. If they are prepared to change the government, people should carry gun and knife. So if they hit you, you hit them. But if not like that, there's nothing. This election is. If they make this election free and fair, Obi is going to win. Whether it's within a month or 2 months for the election to start to be held, Obi will surely win. Because Tinubu has no support. Tinubu has nobody support. Tinubu has zero distance. Tinubu don't have. And that's why they're doing nonsense they're doing. We can do the rest, doing this nonsense they're doing. Taking everybody, Tinubu has no support. It's not popular. And even this interview they made this guy yesterday, so you see, the world will be looking at Nigeria. Let me tell you, Nigeria, the world will be looking at that. Is these people really human beings? People that cannot even hold to their word, even they say something, they deny. If this man can employ such a human being to be so what is this man then? A man is somebody working for him. He cannot even keep to his word. So what kind of government is this people running? Anybody there is a criminal. Everybody is a drug dealer. Everybody is a liar. Everybody is the whole world. Honestly speaking, they be pity for Nigerians because no country is government in this kind of way. And again, we are not even talking about what is the security edition of Nigeria. These Fulanis who are denying this killing, they will continue. Now they are almost taking over Borno State. They are taking some other states. Where are the people going to make this election? Before these people can stop, unless they finally Islamize Nigeria. If not, they will not stop. So whoever rules Nigeria, and Tinubu, as we know, Tinubu was the one who bring out these militias. He's one of the people who sponsored these militias. So can you go and kill your son? That's why Tinubu don't want to stop them, because he knows he cannot be able to stop them. And that's why he's calling America to come and help him. He's calling this to come and help him. Nigeria, if Nigeria want to stop these people today, Nigeria have this ability to stop them, but they cannot, because Tinubu are the ones who bring these people to come and destroy Nigeria. So that is why Nigeria people who are talking about one Nigeria. Are you talking about
Benson, is it Tinubu that brought them? Because they have been there before Tinubu came in now.
It's not. It's like Tinubu, before the election, Tinubu is them. Tinubu, Erofai, Buhari, all of them is the one that bring this people.
Well, according to the story of Akao Baraj, he didn't say Tinubu was among. He called the people who were among the who brought these people in. Tinubu was not among.
Who did he call? Who did he call?
He talked about Erofai, he talked about Nuhu, he talked about Buhari, led Buhari. He talked about one other guy. I can't seem to have his name off my hand now.
These are APC.
Mohammed. Sorry?
These are APC members, not true? And this is a clique for them. They did this to remove Jonathan. It's not true.
But you won't be fair now if you say Tinubu was among them. Tinubu didn't join them in that move.
But if you know Buala, he didn't say it.
Sorry?
Buala, he didn't say it.
No, what do you mean I didn't say? I don't understand.
I said Buala. Buala also said it. Buala said it in one of his interview. Buala said it also.
No, you see, Buala now cannot be quoting Buala because we don't know what is true, what is not. So,
Buhari and Tinubu work together.
Listen,
to remove Jonathan. It's not true.
No. Let's be fair. What is fair is fair. The people who brought in the people doing whatever they're doing now are not others. They are northern elites. Okay, they went to these people to go and organize them. Tinubu was not in that move.
Okay. Let's assume Tinubu was not in that move. Okay, wait. Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. It's not true. What is the respect of Tinubu as the president of Nigeria?
So if you're saying that he had not been able to bring them to control being president, that's a different argument. But he wasn't among those who went to bring them. That's what I'm saying.
If what is that the other man called the national security advisor? If the national security advisor is a national and you said that he was among people who bring them, why is Tinubu keeping the government?
That's what we are saying. The government is complicit in what is going on, but it's not because people brought them. That's what I'm just trying to say.
In a match, if you have a team, you are the coach. If your boys are doing bad, are you not the one supposed to hold responsible?
We have not taken away responsibility from Tinubu. Well, he's not the people who want to bring them. Don't you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
So if you are putting that, we know the people. The thing is there. How Boko Haram started, how they all came in, how they want to bring people from the Sahel to come and help them win election. It wasn't that he was among.
Which election?
The Buhari.
Which election? Is it not that election of Buhari and Tinubu?
No.
Is it not Tinubu that bring Buhari? No.
Okay.
Is it not Tinubu that bring Buhari?
All right. I understand what you're saying. It is Tinubu that brought Buhari. Okay. That's understandable.
Are you exonerating Tinubu from what Buhari did or what Erufai did?
Every one of them played a part. But Tinubu didn't bring them. That's what I'm saying. Tinubu didn't bring them. It doesn't matter how you see it. Tinubu didn't bring them. Tinubu didn't bring them. Those who brought them are northern elites. The politicians from the north who went to bring them.
Okay, fine. If Tinubu did not bring them, and these people are killing people, excuse me, the law in Nigeria changed. That if you kill, it must not be killed. If somebody kills somebody, what's the thing supposed to do? Is to kill the person. But why is Tinubu not killing these people?
Okay, so that's being that government is complicit in it, but it doesn't mean that he brought them. So let's get it straight. If you put it in the right boxes, we'll all be, we'll not have any problem. He didn't bring them, even though he's not prosecuting them as we would have expected. But he didn't bring them. That one is clear. If we want to know how he brought them, it will be a discussion for another day, how they got into Nigeria. But let's move on. Move on. Thank you so much for what you have said so far. I will come back to you. Let me take from CM, and then before I come to Ife, and then Tony, and then we'll take our final throws and then call it a day. Yeah, CM, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, KJ. Actually, I didn't quite follow up very well on what Maazi Ezeoke said, but all I know at the beginning was he said they've organized a sort of a counter to village city boys movement. Their own is village boys movement too, of which it's like he's the coordinator or the person in charge. Which to me, I welcome that, because this idea of city boys was just to come and rubbish P2B in the southeast. Like I've already said elsewhere, I do not see the impact that city boys something should make. It is true they may gather money. Hey, there's a noise at the background. I don't know. It is true they are there to distribute money to see if they can buy vote, but I do not see them making a headway. Unless P2B is not on the ballot, I do not see voters in the southeast leaving P2B on the ballot and voting for Tinubu, no matter the inducement. That is just one. So village boy will just be to counter it, and a village boys movement, like Maazi Ezeoke brought to us, is to counter that, and it's well in order. There's no way it will happen. By the way, this city boy, why should he be only a southeaster? Don't they have city boys in northeast, northwest, north central, southwest, and south-south? Why must he be only southeast affair? What an insult. And again, the proponents, the apostles of that city boys, they may think that they are doing themselves a favor, but whatever reputation, if at all they have any, we will be in tatters at the end of the day. I say this with every sense of proportion, because I know as much as the economic system is economic difficulties are dealing with people all over. There's no amount of point they are going to bring in the southeast that we swear an average voter to see P2B on the ballot and not vote for him. The love is natural. And moreover, don't they even know these so-called idiots that are doing DC criminals doing city boys? By Nigeria's convoluted system, is it not the turn of Igbo man to be president of Nigeria? What are they talking? What nonsense are they? Do they reason at all? Do they reason? By 2027, it will be exactly 28 years. Or is it 20? Is it? Yeah, it should be 28 years of uninterrupted democratic leadership. The Yoruba Southwest must have done 20 years, 12 years as president, 8 years as vice president. The Ijaw must have done 8 years, 3 years as vice president and 5 years as president. The Fulani must have done the Fulani must have done 21, 16 years, 8 years as president for Buhari, 8 years as vice for Atiku, and 5 short they must have done 24, and 3 years as vice, 3 years first, 8 years, another 8 years as vice president by Namadi Sambo. So what nonsense are we talking about? Ndibo, where are you? By Nigerians' unintelligent and crude permutation, power will rotate in the north. Northern side 8 years, southern side 8 years. He's gone to the north, he's gone down to he started from the south, went to the north, came back to the north, went to the north again, came back, and went to the same where he started. So we are just to clap, hallelujah. No, There are things, because if you are discussing Nigeria, then we discuss Nigeria. But if you want to discuss merit and politics, that is another thing. But because we are discussing politics Nigeriana, nobody can come and tell me that. Then you accept me as you go and do City Boys. What shame, self? How will somebody like I don't even know their names, but all those idiots, they just so they climb the podium and be tellingIndi boy, and the question will be, I think I believe they should be called into what is it called, radio stations, to studios in the Southeast, maybe radio and TV, and ask them, P2B is on the ballot, and you are talking of City Boys or Tinubu. Convince us on that, and they start to open their mouth. Just like Dave Omar, he said, it is not yet the turn of Ndibo. That will be after 27 years of democracy, 28 years of democracy by 2027. It is not yet the turn of Ndibo. And when it is the turn, then they have somebody. Look at such very saucy fellow. These are the type of idiots people listen to. When I hear people say these things, I just shudder. Now, to address this issue of Igbo man can never be president of Nigeria, then why come out to say why? Then what? Then why? Where does that leave you? Somebody will come out and say, don't you know that? If you know that, then why bother to even make analysis? The best thing for Nigeria is to restructure Nigeria. Yes, we have to. Who will restructure it? God in heaven or the spirit? Is it not a human being? If you put somebody to restructure Nigeria and the person is fine, is not doing it, won't you change the person until it's restructured? Who will do it? You see, there are certain things that are open-ended, that sometimes when you hear it, you may even leave what the person said and start to examine or evaluate, what the person is really up to. I don't understand some of the things I hear. Then where do we go from here? The Englishman will ask you, where do we go? We can never do this. We can never, until Nigeria is restructured. Who will restructure it? God in heaven or spirit? Is he not a human being like you? Then as per somebody will just come and rule somebody out. See, you only select. I agree that the crop of people that have raised up their hands to become president in Nigeria, they may not be the best we have. There may be 1,000 better, but you don't know who they are. You choose from those that have showed interest. So among them, you choose the best. That is the way it's done. In the end, if there are 18 parties on the ballot, you are duty bound to select from those 18. If there are 3 from them, and not for somebody to say this is not the best we can. So go and bring out the best now. You choose from what is available. Until you show, if you did not indicate interest, nobody will realize where you are. So when people come on public space to come and make a talk, sometimes you wonder, are we just coming to show up, just to put up appearance, or just to say, okay, let it not be that I didn't say something. But sometimes you have to listen to people should listen to what they say. That is the issue. It's as simple as that. That is the issue. So when I hear this type of thing, people come here and say it, you now start to say, oh, okay, where do we go from here? You ask the person, what is your own solution? Some people are just good to criticize from beginning. Then what do you put down? In the end, it will be like nailing a jelly. You don't know where they stand. If P2B is not the best, give us the best. Go to the house and convince the person to come out. But if you can't produce the person, then you leave the preferable is not available. Let what is available become preferable. Then you select from the list you have. Than to come and tell people wishy-washy, you can't do this, you must do it like this. Where is it? Okay, in that case, where does that leave us? Then let me create this impression before I leave. Tinubu, for the records, never said he won any election. So somebody to come and say Tinubu won, or he could. Tinubu with his own mouth said he bought the seat. He said he bought it. So I don't want this idea of people, hey, he won. Tinubu did not win. He did not win. He bought the seat. He said, I bought this seat. After they rigged him in everything, the people that he bought it from, the tension now is that those he bought it from are not willing to sell it to him again, even at any price. So that is what is causing this tension. He's now looking towards the east. Did Tinubu come to the east to campaign? Did he? Did he care when they were looking for delegate, for APC delegate to come and during the primary? Is it the primaries? Yes, during the primaries, they were looking for APC. I mean, yes, they want to do their primaries delegate. Did Tinubu come to Southeast to meet APC candidates to say, look, you vote for me? He ignored them. He felt that he will get the number permutation. Even to come and camp, did Tinubu go to the east to campaign than to go to Enugu and stand at Abara Square or something? What they will give them is a slice of bread, a soaked slice of bread or something to that effect, and they were laughing. So why all this? Because he felt that those that sowed deceit to him when he was not the president, now that he had the whole national treasury to he can buy it at they are not even willing to sell. People like Erufai who said, I know where the dead bodies are buried, that the man is a one-time president, nothing will save him. That was the beginning of what is going on. So all this, when people, I don't know on the way understand, Tinubu did not win. We know. He said he bought the seat. So how can somebody then come here and be massaging and being a spokesman for him? If he won, he should have said, I won the election. At least let's debate it. That's all what he said. He said he bought the seat. So KJ as a moderator, when people say this, you stop them and say, look, this is what Tinubu said. It's on record. I don't know which way, because some people will just come and then utter confusion. Then they come and model the water with convoluted logic, and then they disappear. Then you are now left to mop up the carcass or start to say who said what and who didn't say what. It's outrightly so disappointing. That's just what I'm saying for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You see, I just want to let you know that, as a moderator, sometimes there are a lot of people you see what they've said. It doesn't make sense, but you don't stop them because it's their view. Okay, and if you have to stop everything, that means that you'll be stopping every 5 minutes. People are saying things that may not necessarily be correct. And then some people see you as being biased. Others say that you're a propagandist. And then when they say that, I don't really bother myself because majority of what I've said here, they say I'm a propagandist. They've all come to pass. So it doesn't bother me, So you have the opportunity, you have the, you choose for yourself whether you want to learn from what people are saying or you want to go with your own idea. And then sometimes when people are saying certain things that are obvious, you don't stop it because what is the reason? From the interview I've looked at, that man could have spoiled the interview if he stopped and say, I put it to you, Daniel Boala, this is what you said, this is what you said. When you make the statement, a person does not agree with it, you move on. That is simply what it is. And Kulata, you have not even given me any money, and every day you come and say we are doing propaganda. When I was talking, praising the North and every other person, I was not a propagandist until I started to say, look, this is not fair to certain people, and which is the people of the Southeast. I'm not going to stop. The truth must be told. It doesn't matter how bitter it is. All right, having said that, I want to start to round up. I don't know who wants to go first. Oti, do you want to go first? Your final conclusion, your final thought on the whole of the issue on the night.
Quite frankly, what I wanted to say, when I joined this, this kind of.
Yeah, but I'm happy to calm down now because when you came earlier on, all the hairs on your face were standing up, but now they have calmed down now.
yes, kind of. Right, because, I think Tony helped, to kind of to put Maazi Para in his place, because so. But I think there was some other thing, it's just I can't. It's look about Nigeria. Okay, we are where we are. Okay, we have to start where we are. Okay, now, look, because most of us agree that it's we're not going anywhere. It's not sustainable. Something has to give. Okay, so at least that is something is a common knowledge. We can all agree on that. So the question becomes now: where do we go from? Where do we what's the way forward? So we have this election, no matter how imperfect, the preparation, the arrangement, the processes are, but at least we got to give it our best shot. We got to try. And if in the bid, in that bid, and in other words, we try the opposition, okay? Because in a fair election, this government cannot win, okay? So let the opposition, as much as they can, if they want to contest, because there's also a possibility that they can boycott the entire process, right? Is an option, is a possibility, and therefore the government cannot continue. It becomes a government without legitimacy. So what that leads to is a crisis. Okay, is another way, one way of bringing the country to it's like ground zero. So we need a new start. We need which is everybody's agreeing for it. If he hear that is his position. So then the other option is actually going for the election if it is at all feasible for the opposition, right? As of today, that is an open question. But if they must, yes, they should go for the election. And I, for one, being here, I will give it my best support. I'm not gonna sit on the fence and then be just talking. No, I don't just believe in talking. So whatever role I can play in the process, as I said, we have to believe in the cause. We have to have a reason to be coming here and not just talking. So now the election, because if it is done free and fair, nobody's even expecting, arguing for a perfect election, kind of, but at least some modicum of a fair process. Let the opposition fight for it. The ruling party cannot win a fair election because they have nothing. There's nothing they're offering the citizenry other than pain and more pain. So now that they can only resort to what shall I call it? What they're only good at doing, okay? Killing, snatching it and doing all sorts of things. So then the people can resist. And therefore the task really becomes, how do you get people to that point where they resist? The people are the backstop, not the police, not the army, the people. So that is really the task for the opposition and for everyone else, to make Nigerians realize this is your job, this is your responsibility, this is your opportunity, okay? And to resist, again, is another way of bringing the government, to fall and the nation to have a new start, okay? Eventually, because this thing, it can't go on like this, with this crop of politicians, with their shamelessness, with their banditry, with their wickedness. No, there's no future. So I share in that. I share in this kind of, if like, the desperation. But I don't just dwell in if like in hopelessness, in despondency. No, we got to do something. We got to try. Okay. Then if you fail, all right, but try. One must. Okay. So it's, that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So it's no good talking and then just kind of saying how bad it is, without kind of, stealing oneself and believing this is a call to duty, every one of us. So that's where I stand.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, Tony.
KJ, I watched a video today, and that video was on a battle. It was war in the northeast.
River State?
No, northeast. It was an encounter. In fact, it was like a war zone, a battle zone between, I think, Nigerian troops and terrorists. And if you see, it was videoed, and I wonder who was videoing that type of thing with the kind of atmosphere that I saw. If you listen to the weapons that were used, you saw it and saw the ferocity with which these people were firing. You're wondering, this is war. Where did they get these arms? Who in his right mind, a Nigerian that is sponsoring this kind of a thing against a fellow Nigerians? And why will this be happening? Not in a forest, but in a country. It is sad. From the commentary that I was hearing, they said they were passing over, dead bodies and so on and so, women, children, and so on and so forth. And they couldn't show the dead bodies. But from the report, I was sad. Somewhere in Borno State. And this is just a clip.
Yeah, that's because they promise they will take over Borno State before the Salah ends, before they do the Salah.
So
they're going to be in the public to do their Salah.
Yes. So, and these are people who are supposed to be fasting. Anyway, so I'm wondering, if we have a military, we have a country, we have a president, this is going on and it's on social media and the world is seeing it. Wondering, is there still a country?
There was a country.
Do we really, these people who are sponsoring these things, do they have blood fluid in them? They cannot come out and denounce these things. They cannot, but it's easy for them to give ransom, to locate where they are and go there and fly with a helicopter or whatever and go and give them ransom and free people. So that is why I kept on saying, when I look at some of all these things, I say, listen, we've totally lost our humanity. And when the government is in self-denial, rather than dealing with the issues, they are in self-denial. They are spending money that would have been used to rehabilitate some of those people in doing laundering. So, and the laundering is to tell a lie, because if your image is bad, it's bad. So, and I look at these things and I say, listen, we're not ready. And so if we are not capable of managing this situation, let those who enjoy it stay on their own. Let the people who don't want it go their own way. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And for anybody to see what is happening and to give this government a pass, that person is going to hell when he dies. Straight away. He's not even going, he's going to be in the kitchen of hell.
Not purgatory.
No. So I think that, even though we disagree and we have our biases and sentiments and so on, I think one thing we should agree, if this country is not going well, I went to university. I sponsored myself in the university. I paid 90 naira a year.
Me too.
Tuition was free. My meal was 50 kobo. And it was a rich meal. And I hate to think that the children who are going to school now can't even sponsor, even their parents find it difficult to sponsor them. I hate to think. That's the country that we're in now. I was in university about 40 years ago in my undergraduate studies. Before my time, there were people who went to university free. They didn't pay a dime. And then we'll say we're making progress. Anybody in his right mind will say we're making progress. Come on. And that's why I fault Bwala. That's why I fault him totally. Because it was APC government to APC government. And you can castigate Buhari the way you want. You can say anything that you want. But you still can't deny the fact that this was APC government that was ruling. You just can't deny it. You can't extricate yourself from the ills of the Buhari government. And in fact, I think give yourself another 1 year, you will see that Buhari government is better than this one. I bet you, because what we are seeing now is not something you would wish for your enemy. That's my point. I think that the way is clear, that the way we are going is a no-no for me. And our leaders have not shown capacity to actually confront the situation. You don't run a nation on mediocrity. If you look at the various areas, the political kakistocracy, you cannot make a headway that way, no matter how you pretend, no matter how you try to lie to people within and outside. So I think this government, and if they think that because they seem to have captured all the arms of government, you see, no nation, let me tell you, let me say, I say this, there is no oppressive nation that has stayed for up to 200 years. None. None. If you go to history, they have risen and they have fallen. So the case of what we are seeing now, the great MPN fell. PDP will see it. APC is going to self-implode because they have gone to the evil forest and fetched insect-infected firewood that is going to cause them problems. That's my take.
Thank you so much, Tony, and thank you for being here with us since afternoon. We really appreciate you, Tony, and everyone who comes, because the truth of the matter is that it's your life you are spending. You're not going to get it back. So we appreciate those who are on the panel who even gave me the opportunity to be a panelist, like my uncle Pasa. I appreciate it. If you didn't refuse the offer, probably I will not be a host now. So I appreciate you. But we're rounding up, so we will not admit you now. And I want to take Ife last. So let me do Benson, and then I'll come to Sia, and then I'll take Ife last.
Thank you, Dr. KJ, for giving another opportunity. You see, I concur with whatever Mr. Tony said here today. You see, one don't normally talk about Nigeria anymore. Sometimes I get tired of coming to talk about Nigeria because Nigeria is not going anywhere. There's nothing shows Nigeria is going somewhere. Even be looking at yourself, whether the country have a president, or whether the country have a military wing, or whether the country have a navy or air force. All these people coming in, don't they have? They don't have a. The military don't have a jet to cross all of them immediately. Don't you have air force anymore? You see, let me tell you, I quarrel with many, mainly from the southwest. I quarrel with many of them here when I see them here. I used to quarrel with many of them. Sometimes I want to fight them even. Because you see people supporting nonsense. You'll be asking yourself, are these people really human beings? Some people tell you it's better for Fulani to kill us than an Igbo man to rule. If Igbo man rule, he will say, they will be bragging, say they have made the country very well. It's not nonsense. Who I don't know. If, for example, if Obi comes in to rule, Obi don't know who is KJ. Obi don't know who is CM. CM is not going home tomorrow to take appointment, OT will not even benefit anything from it. It is all of us that will benefit, the damn gear that will benefit. And all of us, it will give us all opportunity. If not Obi, even another person comes in and rule, and the country gets good, all of us will go home. Many people are eager to go home and stay in their country. But what are we talking about? We're talking about how the country can be good. And you keep somebody, a big-time drug dealer, a man that cannot even rule his village. A village, if there's a election today in Yoruba land, that man can never be even a councillor or even he cannot. You see, so at the end of the day, he's giving the governors money. Which money is he giving the governors? It's still our money that is giving the governors. That's one thing that when I look at all these governors, I start wondering. And which money is he giving them? This one that have been devalued. If they are giving them money, why can't they use the money and do better thing for the citizens? You see, the thing in Nigeria today is about, it's not about governance. It's about who will steal more than the other. Who will be greedy more than the other. Yeah, you steal 1 million, let me steal 2 million. You steal 10 million, let me steal 30 million. If that country is a country, how can somebody like all these people making party, Senate president, he make party in a stadium? Which country that a Senate president can make party in a stadium? Which country that Omar can come out and say, people are saying he gives scholarship? Which money is going to the scholarship? Do something better. Let the people have employment. If people have employment, nobody, this armed robbery, this stealing, this prostitution, all of them will reduce. All these people being the internet every day talking nonsense, it will reduce. I have been to countries where things are working, and you don't see people wasting their time in the internet. You see people talking nonsense every day. No, the problem that people are in the internet every day in Nigeria is because things are, they don't have job. Why the women are following, even married women are going after men, is because they sometimes agree, but sometimes because they don't know job, no money for the husband to take care of them even. This in the society is decaying every minute, every day. The other day, the wife also, the whole family. And in a country where you put not only the president, or you look at Bagudu, a man who stole and they give back some, he stole, and after stealing, he give back some money to the country. He give back, he said, please take it back, because he cannot be able to finish everything. He said, give back. And that person is putting again in budget. So all that the international world will be looking at Nigeria and say, are these people really okay? When people come here, when I'm in the business, people ask me, where am I coming from? They say my accent. They see, I say I'm coming from Nigeria. I say, my friend, I don't have a country. I'm not coming from that place. Because I'm to be honest with you, honestly, I tell them I don't have a country. Because if I have a country, I cannot be here. If I have a country, can you be outside? You cannot be here. The place where you is code is everything is, you know. So I tell them, my friend, I don't have a country. If you have a country, it's better for you. I don't have. Because a country that me, I suffer and get money and send home. The person at home, who he says he's a nonsense minister or senator, he bring the money at home and send here. What kind of nonsense is that? You don't have good roads. You don't have no pipe-borne water, no electricity, no. And the worst is that at this age, people are campaigning about, oh, I'm going to give you road. At this particular age, is it what's supposed to be campaigning about? This is supposed to be this is road, water. All this is supposed to be anywhere you go in Nigeria. You're supposed to find it, see it there. Because Nigeria have a good, all these things that God has blessed us with. This God bless us more than everything. All these countries you mentioned, even Japan, even Malaysia, even all these things. If you go to when we went to Malaysia last 30 years or so, you see where this palm tree, where it's planted, you will cry. But this is something they come to Nigeria to collect. You go to Kudeng, you go to you go to Sabah, you go to Sarawak, you see industries, and you start crying. You say, what the hell? Industries. They even employ people from Bangladesh. They employ people from Indonesia to work for them. You know, you start asking yourself, why is in short, I'm tired. In short, let me tell you, either Nigeria is cost, or the leaders are cost, or Nigeria is under a spell. Because these people, these guys, they have a girlfriend, they sleep with them. But when they come to make good decision, they cannot make good decision. How is it possible? They have water to drink, they know what to take the water and put in their mouth. But when it comes good decision, how the country can go for, they cannot make that good decision again.
All right.
It's very, very unfortunate.
All right, Okpara. Sorry, I saw Okpara. Benson.
My God.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure that you'll be able to finish the problem, so that's why I'm cutting you.
The problem is too much. It's difficult, man. It's difficult, my brother.
Thank you so much. All right, CM, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, KJ. I think in rounding up, I will only speak, I think I speak briefly on what Maazi Ezeoke espoused. I was listening to some of what he said regarding this village boy something. I welcome it because I say this because the idea of city boy to me is damn too provocative. It's damn too provocative. City boy only for the southeast. South do not deserve it. North central, northeast, northwest, not even southwest where Tinubu comes from. What will we gain as Ndi Igbo is to come and tell us city boy. Look at Sheyi Tinubu will now be calling all these buffoons in the southeast. I need you, they will come. Based on the say-so of somebody who is almost on life support, saying is the president. That is what they are going to be doing errand. Open this. What if they have been doing it secretly? Well, I don't bother, but open errand. You bring in her to come and tell me, to come and convince Ndibo, don't vote for Peter Obi, let's vote for this person. What has Ndibo gained from Tinubu's regime? How many ministers did Ndibo get? Appointment. How many? Nigerian constitution says that 1 minister per state, which means we should have at most 37 plus Abuja. Why are we having more than that? Southwest, we have 11, Northwest, 12, including appointing criminals. Today, we are now having Minister for Finance, Yoruba, Minister of State for Finance, Yoruba, in a country. Look at the ambassadors list, and somebody will be telling me city boy. City boy, then we continue. The one, Mrs. Tinubu, Igbo properties are being destroyed in Lagos. Business is decimated. Nobody is talking. You are telling me city boy. In other words, we are clapping for him. To tell you the insult, you see, that's why sometimes when certain things, when I feel provoked, I don't know what to say. There's a place in Lagos called Trade Fair. That land belongs to Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry. Federal Ministry owned that land. Just like when you go to any state in Nigeria, any federal university you see in any state, that environment, that premises occupied by that university is a land of the federal government. It does not matter the state where it is. So trade fair in Lagos belonged to Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry. When federal capital was in Lagos, that was when that land was given. From backyard, the Lagos state government want to take it over. Knock down the plazas there. It was Peter Obi, not all these city idiots. It was Peter Obi, Senator Victor Ume, and Abaribe, and the rest. They went straight to Sanwo-Olu's office and said, look, they are here on a fast finding of what happened. What they were told was those buildings were constructed in waterways. Part of the delegation that followed them was Gbadebo Rose-Vival, the last Labour Party gubernatorial candidate for Lagos State. He's a Yoruba man. Gbadebo studied architecture at University of Nottingham, the third best in UK, and masters from MIT in US. So it's not a pushover. He accompanied them. They went there. There is nothing like waterway at all. They knock the businesses down. Just deliberate wickedness. Official lie. Lagos state government telling Ndibo that these businesses are in waterways where they are not. And ideally, they are not supposed to enter there because it's a federal government establishment. It's a federal government land, not Lagos state owned. Where are these people talking of city idiots? Where we are there? When Ndibo we are crying, it was Peter Obi that came down. Peter Obi came, I think they said they traveled. Abaribe came from abroad. He went on a mission with Victor and other senators. Tony Nwoye, they all trooped there to go and console them. From there, they went to everywhere. Where were all these city idiots? Where we are there, including one of them kneeling down for a Boko Haram sponsor called Shetima. These are the type of insult people do not look. City boy. Now you are coming to tell me. So I will leave P2B who came to clean the tears of Ndibo. When their means of livelihood were being decimated in Lagos, then you come and tell me. Someone did up to today. These are the issues now during the election. That's why I'm sorry I didn't get to comment Maazi Ezeoke. Whatever it is worth, I don't care whatever Maazi Ezeoke represent. But on this score, I give him 1,000,000%. We must counter these fools. You go and collect blood money, drug money from Tinubu. Not even Tinubu that is on the life support. It is his son that will be sending. Go and fetch him. All of you will go to Abuja and then be talking idiot. You go to Oba or maybe Anambra, you start to post big boy. When you go to Lagos, you become Agberu for Tinubu's this thing. The real thing they are going to do, we shall see how it's going to pan out. A lot of issues will come up because this is unbecoming. So it's so insulting. What has Ndibo gained from Tinubu's regime? That somebody is even. Do you know that Afenifere had a meeting? From their resolution, they asked the federal parliament that they should impeach Tinubu. It's on record. I'm not fabricating. Afenifere, the Yoruba socio-political group, asked the House of Reps to impeach Tinubu. So that is then the people that some idiot will just come out because they've not seen the color of Naira note before. I'm a city boy. In fact, if this is Maazi Ezeoke, I hope he'll be listening. I wish him all the best. They should go the whole hog. These people, they must be shamed. A bunch of idiots.
Thank you so much. If you have for Maazi Ezeoke, you can send it to me. I'll let him know the rest because the way I talk is like you want to give him palm wine and small cola.
No, KJ, this is, what sort of nonsense is this?
Thank you so much. But just before Ify makes his comment, I want to say something. CM, you know that the Igbos have always been used for these bad jobs. It's not now. There was a time of Senator Nzeribe who was used to foil that election. After Nzeribe, before Nzeribe, you had the ABN, okay, led by somebody what's that his name? Who had a
youth honestly and for Nigeria, yeah, yes.
So this
which means okay, KJ, please. KJ, please.
They look for Obi Kubana to run the city boy. So we should talk to our people, not to give themselves.
Please, KJ. Let's look at this logic. The people, the Alamajiri in the north, rejected Tinubu. They don't want him. So is he now the best for Ndibo? Do you know what it means?
No, you are making a mistake here. It's not the people now. It is the Ndibo who have accepted him and ready to work for him. You should be talking to. I think that's the way it should be. Not the other way around. There are brothers who, when they give them money, they forget and sell their birthright. What are you going to do about it? Is it what are you going to say? It is there. It is what is the attraction. So let us pray that more Nigerians will and neutralize that force. That's the only way we can beat it. So they much more to mobilize people to come out for election, the more it will become impossible for them to rig. That's the only thing. That if the obedience or those who are in the village boys are listening to this program, that's the only way to beat them. Mobilize every Nigerian. Mobilize so that the people coming out to vote will be up to 30 million Nigerians coming to vote. And then when the votes are cast, you can't rig such election because and that is the only way to beat them. You finish voting, you follow your vote, you stay there until they finish counting, you follow them to wherever. If people have to come with candlelight, bring lantern, bring whatever, follow the vote until it's totally transmitted before you leave. If not, my dear brothers and sisters, it's just a rehearsal we're doing. All right, Ify, your turn, man.
Okay.
I'm ready to hear it now.
Nigeria is the country that is not in this world. It's not in this world. Honestly speaking, it's not in this world. Let me correct Maazi Opara. Maazi Opara, good evening, if you're still watching. When you were asked, who do you think, if not P2B, who do you think? You mentioned Professor Moralo. Professor Moralo is from my place. He can't even win Anambra State election, governorship election. It's okay for you to support whoever you want to support. There is no problem. It's okay to vote whoever you want to vote. But you can't come out and say that this person is not worthy. This person is not worthy. I don't think it's right. I've said it here before. My younger brother is not a supporter of P2B. He's not a supporter of P2B. And if you ask him, he will give you a reason that doesn't make no sense. But I support him. Not because I know him or just because he is Igbo. No. If Osibanjo is contesting against P2B, that would be a difficult pick. That is somebody that you'll be comparing P2B to. Somebody like Osibanjo. So Professor Moralo, I think he was previously central bank governor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But I will tell you that categorically,
Assistant, I think, vice.
Okay.
Deputy.
He's not going to win the election. Let me make it clear to you. Overwhelmingly, I think 96% of Igbos, Eastern people, voted for P2B.
Yes.
I think that he cannot win election. Let us have free and fair election in Nigeria. That is the only problem that we have. Because Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the whole world.
Yes.
Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the whole world. And that's why I said this democracy is not going to work for us, whether we like it or not. There is no, like we said here previously, in India, I think there are about 1.something billion people. There are different tribes, but they can vote. And the election is always free and fair. Let us have free and fair election and see. Like Peter Aka will always say, by 12 noon, Tinubu will be back in Ikoyi, in his residence in Ikoyi. So you ask yourself, why is Tinubu, why is he planning, or why does he want Nigeria to be a one-party system? Upon you have literally all the governors on your side, and still, and yet, you are afraid. What are you afraid of? If you are sure that you ruled well, or that you led well this past 3.5 years, you don't have no fear about anything, anybody. Lesotho, he's not afraid of anything. You saw Carlo and all of them came to make noise and they started their city boy move. Let them see them on the election and see if they will be alive. Let them come to Abia to make noise and see if they will be alive. So, I mean, again, like I said, it's okay to support who you want to support, but don't come here and say that I just don't even want to talk about it. Let it just be bygone. But it's okay to say your opinion. But it's just like, in fact, let me break your heart. Sure, will even win election before Moral. Let me break your heart. Sure, will even win election, Nigerian election president before anyway, let's not even go there. Let's leave it by the way. The question we're gonna ask.
If a prophet has no honor in his how do they say it?
Yeah, no long kaka. Now let's talk about this country called Nigeria. Like I said, I don't think it's in existence in this world. I'm sorry to say that. Because the things that we do in this country called Nigeria, it doesn't happen any other place other than our country. where the president, has the monopoly of everything. The country is the judiciary is the INEC is the. Just like Chido Denkalu said, Tinubu doesn't need a vote to win an election. All he needs is judiciary and the INEC. And I agree with him. So sometimes I just wonder what is the essence of this election, because it doesn't make no sense. If we're still going to conduct an election and at the end of the day it's going to end up in court, why do we still have to contest the election? I did know that, this has been going on. It's because of Obi that I started following Nigerian politics. Only in Nigeria, or literally, I've never, 90, if not 80% of our elections end up in court. Go to court. If you're going to tell me go to court, why did you conduct the election? Like Peter will always say, Mahmoud, up until today, the people in the National Assembly doesn't tell us what caused the glitch in 2023. And the same glitch is going to happen in 2027. Until we begin to tell ourselves the truth in that country. Other than that, anybody hoping to get anything good out of that country is just a pure waste of time. We haven't discussed it. Nobody's talking about it. A country that we have this recent this in the past, that a corrupt person, if you forge the certificate, it's not going to be a problem. If you bring any fake certificate or forged your age, just like Tinubu, all these things Tinubu is doing so that he will not be challenged in 2027. If Shaw say he knows what he's doing, if Shaw say he will win an election, let us have a free and fair election. When people call Tinubu the master strategy, I disagree. 101%, I disagree. The only thing I will tell you is that the best corrupt politician in the whole world is Tinubu. That title, I will give it to him. But when you tell me he's a master strategy, people need to differentiate between strategy and corruption. You can't have both of them. You can't have it. So you telling me Tinubu is, if Tinubu is not corrupt, he's still the governor of Lagos State. He changed Lagos State. He renovated Lagos State. He came to Nigeria. My sister will say, and the cement finished, or the paint finished. When you have one person who comes for the past 20-something years, you have monopolized that state. And still, people of that state, they don't find anything bad about it. It's not my business to talk about it, but I'm talking to my people. When I mean my people, I know people who love Nigeria. I'm not talking about Igbo people. Because Igbo people are not the only people suffering. A lot of Nigerians are suffering. The people in the north are suffering. The people in the south are suffering. The people in the east are suffering. So I don't want to make it Igbo, Igbo suffering. No, everybody's suffering. Because when I go to buy bread, they're not going to ask me, are you Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa? When you go to buy fuel. I saw somebody today yelling on top of his voice that the price of fuel has, I said, Oga, shut up. It's inflation is everywhere. Don't you see what is going on in the whole world? So it's up to Nigerians to decide if they want to take their country back.
All right, my dear sister. You have talked your own. Thank you so much.
Good night, everybody.
That is very true. Good night, Ify. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Really appreciate you. And last but not the least, Oga Ike, is because of the way I know you went very far away to get the link. That's why I'm giving you the opportunity, because I already shut, I don't close shop, but now you make I open and quickly sell Maggie before I close it finally.
No, really, I'm not going to say much.
Go ahead.
I've been following you guys. I just came in because of what Mr. Opara said here tonight, But I wish that CM, the last submission of CM, I think it should be better for CM to tell that to Mr. Opara himself. The talking point of Mr. Opara is this is what the haters of Igbo nation. This is their commentary. These are the things they want people to be saying. And it is so unfortunate that this what I had tonight from Mr. Opara is coming from him. I'm not telling him he should like Mr. Peter Obi. I'm not telling him he should support Mr. Peter Obi, but to the level he descended tonight in trying to prove a point is what really I do not understand. Most of all these people who claim to be intellectuals in their field, sometimes when they are talking, you begin to wonder where are they really coming from. I don't think that it is me or KJ or Tony or CM or OT is the problem of an Igbo man. Each and every one of us here know the problem of Igbo man. The people that are the problem of the Igbos, we know that we can count them by their numbers. And for Mr. Opara to descend to the level, for only a very long time, I know he doesn't like he doesn't like Mr. Peter Obi. He will always keep saying that. I'm not telling him to like him, right? But really, because of my health, I was trying to go to bed, but I couldn't go to bed because what this young man was saying tonight, other things he had been saying before, I try to overlook, but tonight is those kind of words that these are the talking point that APC and their group of people, those people who think that we think that the problem of the Igbo, these are the things they want to hear, But he talked about Sam Amadi to be better than Mr. Peter Obi. Each and every one of us here have never said that Mr. Peter Obi is an angel. But the same that Sam Amadi is talking about, we have brought Sam Amadi in this panel. On my own level, Sam Amadi is, I communicate with Sam Amadi also. He supported Mr. Peter Obi in Ebi, and as we are talking tonight, Sam Amadi is with Mr. Peter Obi. So I really do not understand where some of these people, where they get what they say, So I just pray that the Igbos, some of us who are here, the submission of CM tonight, I should believe that Mr. Opara should have been here to listen the last submission of the CM, so that he can take it home. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what anybody says. As long as we are concerned, I am an obedient, and I am a member of I am a member of Obi. I'm a complete Obi supporter, right? And the village movement, our headmaster, Ezeoke, he called Ezeoke a political jobber. I mean, there are certain things. We have people in Igbo land. Emmanuel Iwanya who has champion newspaper. Where the champion today? It is we the Igbos killed the industry. Which another one? The one of Uzokala. How many people read this newspaper? I mean, why do we continue to destroy our own people, the people that we think that are only few people that are decent people, and some of us who has traveled around the world, who live in a decent society where where capacity, where integrity is the rule of the law, and we continue to denigrate people like Mr. Peter Obi just for you to score a political point. I really do not understand where it's coming from. Nobody here have ever said Mr. Peter Obi is the best among the Igbos. But as present day Nigeria is constituted, he is the best that we have. And there is no how all of us is going to support him, as we know. But at the end of the day, as long as 2027 is concerned, and I am alive, and all of us is alive, and Mr. Peter Obi is on a ballot, Mr. Tinubu would never get 10% vote in the whole 5 eastern states. It is guaranteed for anybody. Whether you want to understand that, we want to believe that, or you don't want. So at the end of the day, I wish that he should, he should try to understand. We know that we can always agree and disagree, but respectfully, because of the fact that Ezeoke is no more the particular person he was talking about. He was putting his camera on. I don't know what happened between Ezeoke. Maybe the man is no more doing what he's doing. That he called him a political jobber, just because he want to make a point. has always called him names every time he comes. And when he brought Ezeoke, he calls him so many names. I don't think this name calling is what we need, right? We can always disagree and agree. So I think that, you know, at the end of the day, at his age, at my age, by this time, as an Igbo man, there are things that when you want to stop, when you want to say, you try to use your tongue and count you choose the words that you want to say, because there is power in every word that we utter. Everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord never return back to him void, but always accomplish where he has sent his word. That is the word of God. And the word of God is power, you know, and our tongue is powerful. So I hope that maybe CM can be able to educate Mr. Opara, you know, people who are really fighting for us, you know, they are the people we try to bring down. But those people we know that they are our problem, we continue to help them. But I hope that, you know, we all make choices in this life. I've made my choice. If I was to be angry about what happened in 2023, I wouldn't have continued to be on this platform. I would have forgotten about Nigeria. But at the end of the day, I forgot about Nigeria, but I came back because it's my country, no matter whatever happens.
All
and
right.
I'm trying to live, I'm trying to follow the man who has proven to me personally, I'm not of any other person, that these are the kind of people that you can be able to trust to do something, because that is antecedent to whatever the man is telling us today. So I am not saying Mr. Opara should believe in what to support Mr. Peter Obi. I'm not saying he should be his supporter. But when he's calling something, he called Moralo. You know, Moralo was part of the people who contested the election in 2023. How many votes did he get? You know, it's not about intellectuals. It's not about people who, politics is not about academic qualification, right? So, but whom the cap fit,
let him wear it,
is the person that is wearing it right now. Whether you want to, whether you like it or you don't like it. So I hope that my brother should, you know, when don't try to mix up with, it's not Mr. Peter Obi that is why Nnamdi Kanu is where he is. Mr. Peter Obi is not the problem of IPOB or ESN. Each and every one of us know the people that are the problem. So I don't know why every time we talk about Mr. Peter Obi, he mix it up with IPOB, ESN, and the rest of them. I don't like that kind of politics. The man is not the problem of Nnamdi Kanu where he is. We know the people. We can count them.
Okay, Ike. Thank you. I think you made your point, and you know you made a very nice point. I think it's well understood, both those on the comment section and those who are listening at home. I chose to just let you express this. You see, we must take away something. People have the right to their own views, and you know, one of the things I'm trying to do is not to begin to give people lecture, because when they've chosen a particular path, it may be difficult to get them over, except you do that by persuasion. So much as these people who have taken a part, you know, only them know, because life is, you know, everybody living their life in different ways. They meet people at different levels. So for me, I know Maazi Ezeoke for so long because we're all in the media space in Nigeria. So there's no way how I wouldn't have known him. But I don't know him closely to be able to say this is what he has done. But for the few interviews that he has done and I watched, I think is balanced. Whether he is now, you know, supporting Obi or not, that is totally his choice. It's not you know, anybody should take any part. I don't have anything against Obi. You know, and then when he came here, I asked him the question that I felt was the what I think would be a problem. One, has he been able to take account of what happened before election and why he lost or why it was the way it is? And two, what is the next, all the things he's going to do differently? And he said he has taken down those things and they are working on that. He's not going to say it on national, on this medium, which is good. And once a person have taken account of where and where and where, I don't know politics more than Peter Obi, and none of us know politics here more than Peter Obi. That's what he's been doing. You know, I don't know business more than him. If not me too, I would have been a billionaire. I'm not a billionaire. So these are some of the things that we must take into account. But you see, people make it so look as if the people are talking to, have not even, they don't know anything. That's why sometimes when people come here and they are insulting certain presidents and saying all kinds of things, these people have made, they've run, organizations that have been successful, built all kinds of things around the world. You didn't go and tell them, and nobody has ever come and told that those buildings tumbled and broke and people died from it. So when sometimes we are criticizing people, we should be a bit constrained for what we are saying, because those people also, much as we are living life and we are only analyzing from our own perspective what they seem to be, we could be wrong, totally and absolutely wrong, So sometimes when we make it look absolute, it becomes very painful, because absolute means that you already know you are God. You can't be God on over anybody's life. Having said that, the City Boys movement is a movement that was brought to make the Southeast fall in line with what Tinubu is going to do, and it's now left for the Igbos to either correct themselves or take to that path. The truth of the matter is that once you put honey, ants must come, and so, or bees must come. So people who like money will obviously be attracted to the money where the big boys are playing. But whether that will translate to votes is totally a different thing, and we don't have the time. So instead of us to be quarreling, we should be doing. And so we are trying. I'm trying to use my connection to see if I can get Aisha Yusufu to be here, because she also will give us a total insight of what is going on and how to even help, how those in diaspora can help in this case, because many people here are interested in helping this coming election. Because I think that's, to me, if you ask me, that's the last hope Nigeria has. If we miss it, it may take another 40 years before we come around the circle. Having said that, I want to thank every one of you who have been helping us, who have been here all through. You were here with Dr. Rudolph, and you are still here even up to this moment. I have not had lunch because of this program. So somebody said I'm sleeping. I'm not sleeping. It's just that all my energy don't finish for shouting. So and those who have taken, some people just come to this section, they just to come and yab. It's okay. Whatever makes you feel good. If yabbing is okay. In fact, some of the things that Pascal Pansa said today, I've never heard them before. So if that's what will give you some joy, it's okay. Come and have the joy, and then we'll meet again another week. But what we are saying in essence is that as you are trying to log off now, please like the channel, support the channel. Right now, it's only Rudolph that's carrying the burden of the channel. And then if you can put in $1, $2, $3, $4, or however you can, please do not hesitate to do so. It will go a long way to help us. All right. On behalf of every one of us here, I say thank you so much. And it's been a very interesting week. Yeah. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Mr. Oti. Thank you, CM. Thank you, Mr. Ike. Thank you for coming in. You could have simply chose to stay away, but you said to grace our occasion today. Thank you. Thank you, Tokwe. And please, those of you who have Tokwe's contact, please reach out to her. She lost very dear ones, and she's just coming back. It's good to see you back. And we thank you for finding time also to join us, even though your schedule may be running, wild this week. Thank you so much. Thank you, every one person, those who supported us. Yeah, Igbo Basics, thank you so much. We really appreciate your contribution to this channel. Thank you so much, Oscar Blackbone. Thank you so much. My friend, I never hear from you for long. Go give me a call later. Let's talk. All right. And of course, my dear friend, Kulata, J5V. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know I'm your favorite propagandist because I'm saying the truth. When I'm not saying the truth, then I will not be propagandist. Since you call me that, I believe I'm doing a good job. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate you. I'm not annoyed and I'm not taking it personal. Thank you. And my Oga Pansa, thank you so much. I also appreciate the fact that you had to leave your place for me, to help to do the moderation. That will be it all. And there are so many of you, I can't call all your names because, again, we have run totally out of time. We appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you so much. please keep a date with us for next week. We'll be bringing, I promise you, very interesting people who will give you a good time for the weekend. We realize that this is not only a show for news, it's also a show for entertainment. So we want to always have the beat to go so that you will be eased of all this unnecessary stress. Make person no come back and say they fight for Nigeria, because Nigeria will still go on. So when you come, please don't allow your blood pressure to go up because of anybody. Just enjoy yourself and live and just have a good.
KJ, why not announce the SEDC every Friday?
Okay, I don't want to say we will have it until we are ready for it, but we are looking at the Southeast Development Commission. We're going to be dealing with it. We're going to be taking bit by bit and giving insight as to what should be done to bring that part of Nigeria par with every other part in terms of infrastructure, federal infrastructure, and the rest of them. And so, thank you all. Have a good night.
The economy and the underlying social economic issues. Is the average Nigerian both safer and better off under President Tinubu?
The obvious answer is no, right? And before I get to that, I want to talk to what Daniel said. I always find it very interesting with Nigerian government officials. Good statistics that Nigerians don't benefit from. If you look at the poverty numbers, this is according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. More than 120 million Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So that's not just people who lack $2 a day. That's people who can't afford food, who can't afford shelter. And even if you look at the numbers of the people who have died, right? These are wartime numbers for a country that is officially not at war. And so I think it's really, really difficult to make an argument and say, things are trending in the right direction.
Casualty numbers, wrong direction. Poverty numbers, wrong direction.
Right. We were very clear with the Nigerian people when the decision was made. It will bring discomfort temporarily, but the long term is what we are promising. We decided to also involve interventionism with some of the hardship that the people undergo. Now, when that decision was made in May 2023, it was hellish. But as I speak to you today, the numbers, the indices, and the stats are favorable to the economic reform that we have introduced. Our foreign reserve has increased substantially. Our net import dependency went down. Our export production capacity has gone up. Our naira is strengthened. We have provided opportunities for families who could not afford to send their kids to school to access grant and go and have their education, cost of fee, tuition fee, as well as the cost of living.
You mentioned school. 20,000 schools in Nigeria have been shut in the last few months because of these kidnapping attacks.
Correct.
18 million Nigerian school children are not going to school, according to the UN. That is the highest number anywhere in the world.
I say, how can you prove that just because a bullion van goes into a person's house and comes out that there is money inside?
Maybe because people said it was vote buying by Tinubu. Tinubu himself said, I gave money to the people. You know he said that?
Yes, I also give money to people.
When you give money
myself.
to people, people would say that's vote buying. Politicians, rich politicians give
No, he
people
doesn't
money.
give money to people on election day, but he helps people.
But people at the time said it was vote buying. Do you agree with that?
Who are the people?
You said,
No, I never said that.
ostensibly, I can't believe you still keep walking into this. You said it was done ostensibly for vote buying. Do you agree with Daniel Bwala or not?
Okay, I just need to put this in before I shut down this channel. You see, if you notice the sitting position of this man, this
up a glass of water.
Okay, hold on. I want to show you something which we don't teach in Nigeria, or which some of us don't do, especially those who are into interviewing. Especially what to call the headshots. Now, look at his sitting position. If you can see hear me, look at his sitting position. You see what he's sitting, the way Maazi is sitting is called the attack position. You see, he doesn't have his back on the back of the chair. He's sitting leaning forward on his right hand. And that means that he's ready to engage you almost confrontationally. The same thing should have been applied to Mr. Bwala. But you see, because the people who are maybe practicing with him, or people, his media people, don't know this thing. So he's sitting relaxed. And because he's sitting relaxed, he's going to come at you and you have no way to defend. But if he was sitting as the way he's sitting now, but leaning on his left hand towards him, you see, the way the word will come to him and the way he will attack back will be even better than what he is attacking. But you see, because he has taken the position of defense, okay, everything is going to come to him and he'll not be able to do anything. This is some of the things that we teach, and that or local media sometimes don't think this is something that is necessary, but look at it. This is already a defeat position for Daniel Bwala. You know, he's attacking, okay, and he's not going to back down. Unfortunately, these things, we can't teach everything now. Anyway, have a good night, everybody.
Please don't lift up a glass of water.